right, so we're ready to go when you are. We're ready?
Every time you and I said something,
If we could, please, let's get started. Welcome to the January 24th meeting of the Lawrence and Douglas County Metropolitan Planning Organization. Welcome all. This is a hybrid format meeting. Ellie, would you talk us through the rules of the meeting?
Yep. Ellie Mullins, Planner 1. I will be helping to facilitate the Zoom video portion of the meeting tonight. I will work alongside the chair to facilitate the meeting proceedings. I have a few housekeeping items for this hybrid meeting. The meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. Please remember to mute yourself during the meeting when you are not speaking. The chat function for this public meeting is disabled. All chats will go directly to me. Unless you are participating during the meeting, please turn your video off. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on screen. You will still be able to hear the meeting. When you are participating, please turn your video on. If you have any trouble, you can send a chat to me. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. And now I will turn the meeting back over to the chair.
Thank you so much, Ellie. Hey, and before we get started, just a heads up, the volume in this room is as good as it can get. If you are having trouble hearing, if you want to hear more clearly, the sound in the foyer is better. So just so you know. So on to communications. Jeff, we received any written communications from the public not in the packet?
All communications that were received by the deadline were included as part of your packet.
Thank you, sir. Written communications from staff, planning commissioners, or other commissioners?
None this evening.
Do we have any written actions of waiver request determinations made by the city engineer?
Also none this evening.
Thank you. Commissioners, is there any ex parte communication that you would like to reveal or talk about tonight? Thank you. On screen, Chelsea, Pedro, anything from you on ex parte? All right, thank you. Are there any declarations of abstentions from specific agenda items tonight? Any commissioners wish to declare an abstention? Oh, nothing. Pedro, Chelsea, nothing? All right. And that takes us to general public comment. General public comment is set for us to hear things not on tonight's agenda. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak to the commission about something that's not on the agenda tonight? I'll need to see anyone online that's indicated an interest in speaking. General public comment?
No one online.
All right, we'll move on to the regular agenda. Item number 1 is to consider approving a variance from the right-of-way width standards for collector streets as expressed by section 20-810 E5I of the Subdivision Regulations, ... And we have Luke Mortensen here to talk us through this item.
Hey, everybody. So, Kurt, are you seeing it? Okay, there we go. Thank you, Chair Rexroad. Again, Luke Mortensen, Planner of Planning Development Services. I know the agenda is pretty full tonight, so I'm going to do my best to breeze through this item as quickly as possible. So we are looking at a variance from the right-of-way width standards. Currently, we have 2 platted lots up in North Lawrence in the northwest corner of Lion Street and North 9th Street. You can see it's I changed the city limit boundary to pink, so we're right there where the city meets the county over the bridge. So the proposal is, it's a minor subdivision, so those are typically administrative. We are going from 2 platted lots to 1 platted lot. There was one home that was torn down and a new home was built, and so we're just shifting the lot lines around the newly constructed house. As you're aware, part of that is when you are doing minor subdivisions or consolidations, you have to make sure that the right-of-way width is compliant with our code. Lion Street is classified as a collector street, which requires an 80-foot wide right-of-way. Obviously, Lion Street is already in existence, and it has a 60-foot width. So instead of dedicating 1/2 of the required right-of-way, they can seek a variance from this body from that standard to maintain the existing condition. So that's what we're looking at tonight. The request is to maintain the 60-foot right-of-way in lieu of dedication.
All right.
Oh, yep, and like I said, so I'll refer to the review criteria in the staff report. I'll just note that the city engineer recommended approval back in November. Staff is recommending approval. The staff report will go through each criteria a little bit deeper. I don't know if our applicant is with us tonight. Our applicant is Steve Leary with All Point Surveying, but I feel comfortable answering questions if there are any.
All right. Steve, are you here online or?
I don't believe he is online.
All right, very good. So with no applicant here, is there anyone from the public that cares to speak on this item? No one in the room? Anyone online, Ellie?
No one online.
Very good. Since there's no feedback or applicant response, we'll just bring it back to the commission at this time. Does anyone have any questions for Luke on this item?
Recording in progress.
Or any discussion? No? I'd entertain a motion. Please, James.
I would move that we recommend approving the variance request to allow for the reduced right-of-way width of 60 feet for Lion Street related to MS 2300407.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second, Mike. Any discussion? Those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Carries unanimously. Thank you all. On to number 2, approve a special use permit, SUP 23-00411, for the establishment of a temporary shelter at 200 Mount Hope Court, and forward a recommendation of approval to the City Commission based on the findings presented in the staff report and subject to the conditions listed in that report. I'm sorry, I just read the language on the vote. I apologize. You got the gist of it, though. This is about approval of a special use permit, SUP 23-00411, for a temporary use shelter in the RSO Single Dwelling Residential Office District located at 200 Hope Court. This is submitted by Paul Werner Architects on behalf of Kansas Copper LLC. And Mary Miller is our staff member presenting. Mary?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. I will be sharing my screen. Okay, and as you mentioned, this is a temporary shelter request. The proposal is to reuse a former daycare center for the shelter. It is located at 200 Mount Hope, and the shelter would be a temporary shelter for families. And the structure, as you can see, has a residential character. No changes are being proposed to the site. The property right now has a fenced-in play area for children. The area to the east of the building is fenced. That would be where any recreation would occur. There is a smoking area designated next to the shed. The site has 2 access points, one on Mount Hope and one to the north on North 2nd Street, and it has parking on the north and west side of the building. So the only change being proposed might be a change in signage, but otherwise physically the site will remain the same. The interior of the building will be revised for the shelter. They intend to provide 6 bedrooms. These would be on the west side of the building. Each bedroom would have a queen-size bed and a bunk bed set. So there'd be 3 beds per bedroom, a maximum occupancy of 4 in each bedroom. So the total maximum occupancy would be 24. Each bedroom would have a restroom. So this would be very much like household living. Each bedroom would have their own restrooms. And there would be 1 half bath over in the more common portion of the structure. There'd be a laundry facility, a kitchen, and a common area with dining tables. There'll be a business center for the occupants to use, as well as there will be offices for the staff. They will have case management workers there during the day, and they would have a management staff at night. And there would also be other volunteers or other resources come in to the site. The project is being proposed, as I said, at 200 Mount Hope, which is located just south of West 2nd Street. It's a little bit east of McDonald Drive. To orient you, that's Hallmark up to the northwest, and the hospital is to the east. Looking at more detail, to the west, there's a convenience store gas station. To the southwest and the south, there are apartments. To the east, there are duplexes. And to the north, across North 2nd Street, there is a single detached dwelling. Key points with this project are that a management plan is required with all temporary shelters. That's required by the development code. And this plan sets the nature and the operational characteristics of the shelter. So while the applicant for the shelter is Family Promise of Lawrence, and they come with a high reputation, it is not required that they operate the shelter. You know, if the operator would change later, it would still have to comply with the conditions of the SUP and with the provisions of the management plan, unless the SUP was amended. And so I just wanted to point out that the applicant is not necessarily going to be, they probably will be, but it's not required that they be the operator throughout the life of the project. And this is a longer-term family shelter. It's different than some of our common shelters we see throughout town, more drop-in emergency shelters where people have to leave in the morning and they have to return in the evening, and they come in as a first come, first served basis. So sometimes they come and wait for the facility to open. This is much more of a kind of a household arrangement where they actually stay there during the day. These are considered their temporary homes while they're there. So you won't have that kind of pedestrian traffic to and from or the daily overturn. The applicant indicated that the typical stay, the average stay in these kind of facilities is about 70 days. So the development code requires a management plan, and in the management plan has a purpose statement. This is intended to serve families with children, and it will provide access to community resources and case management guidance to achieve stabilization, and permanent housing is the goal. The management plan also includes rules of conduct. They must pass a background check prior to being admitted into the program. They must pass a UA drug test, and they must sign a program participation agreement outlining the expectations. And this kind of sets the tone of the facility. I'm going to go through these. I'll try to go fairly quickly. This is all explained in the staff report. As I mentioned, it's a 30-day program, and when they come in, they sign that they understand that. Extensions are allowed if you're making progress towards your goal. Occupants are required to seek housing and financial assistance and employment on a daily basis. They do have to attend case management and other meetings. There's a savings requirement to help them work towards their goal of getting permanent housing. And also they assist them with the case management. They assist them in paying off the old debts that might stand in the way of getting the permanent housing. Once they obtain full-time employment, they're expected to work full-time schedule. They agree to meet with volunteer partners. They must remain drug and alcohol free while in the program, so there will be random UAs and breathalyzers. Drugs that are non-prescription and alcohol are not permitted on the property. Occupants with illness will remain under the care of appropriate professionals. No weapons of any kind are permitted on the site. Smoking or vaping is permitted only in the designated smoking area. And then there's some standards about how the occupants will treat the volunteers and staff. They'll treat them with respect and courtesy. And the next one is kind of a guarantee to how the facility will deal with the neighborhood. Occupants will treat neighbors and their property with respect and courtesy. Trespassing and causing disturbances are not permitted. And so these are steps that, if they are breached, could be a reason to be removed from the program. And so they will provide a nurturing environment for their children. All medications must be kept secure. They have to keep the area clean, picking up and doing chores. There is a curfew. They must be in the shelter by 6 p.m. for dinner and by 10 p.m. for quiet hours. There are variations from this time that require 24 hours notice. And the 10 p.m. curfew is strictly enforced unless they have prior approval. And if you have occupants have a serious contagious illness, they would not stay at the shelter. They would make other arrangements. No visitors are allowed except for case management or case managers from other agencies. And there were some other standards regarding the removal process once they've graduated and found permanent housing, just how that transition is to be made. So when we look at special use permits, of course, we use the review criteria in the development code. The first criteria is it compliant with all applicable provisions of the development code? The code has several requirements. One is that every 5 years, the operator must make a presentation to the city commission outlining their operations, and the city commission at that time will make a determination if they are in compliance with their standards. One toilet is required for 15 beds with the 6 bathrooms and then a half bath. This will have 1 toilet for every 2.5 beds. It must be staffed in compliance with the management plan. And the management plan notes there will be 2 daytime case management staff and 1 nighttime support. In addition, there'll be volunteers, but those are the minimum that's required. All outdoor activities must be shown on the plan, so people in the neighborhood have an idea of where outdoor activity will occur. A management plan must be provided. And visibility is for the facility of the parking area must be visible from the right-of-way, and where it's not visible, it must be monitored with security cameras. And where there are blind hallways or blind areas within the facility, those would be monitored with security cameras as well. And that is a requirement of the that's being recommended. To avoid loitering with design features, this is primarily an issue with your drop-in or emergency shelters. With this type of shelter where they're allowed to stay there in a household type arrangement, they don't have to leave every day at a certain time. Loitering should not be an issue. And then it must provide adequate parking. Adequate bicycle parking is being provided, and it has more than enough parking. The parking provided with the daycare center exceeds what's needed. So there should be adequate parking for their case management workers. Another very important criteria is it compatible with adjacent uses? It'll be reusing about a 30-year-old residential style building that's been in the neighborhood. No exterior changes will be made. It'll be operated much as any other residence, with the exception being there will be on-site managers. And so in staff's opinion, it will be compatible with adjacent land uses. Other criteria we look at, will there be an impact given the type of use and the fact that it should be very compatible with the neighborhood? No negative impact is anticipated on property values. Public safety, transportation, and utilities, they were adequate in the area. This is a developed area, and it formerly served the daycare center. As shown in the staff report, there is a bus route right along North 2nd adjacent to the north side of the property, so transportation, good mass transportation is available. There's assurances of continued maintenance, both in the management plan and then also just in the fact that we have a site plan on file for them. There should be no significant adverse impacts at all on the natural environment with this change. And then we always look at whether or not it's appropriate to place a time limit on the use. With the drop-in or emergency shelters, often we do set time limits just to ensure that they've remained compatible with the area. In this case, given that this is going to operate very similar to other residences, staff is not recommending a time limit. It will have the 5-year reviews where the city commission evaluates their compliance. And at that time, if they're not in compliance, they could take steps to suspend the CUP or revise it if they saw necessary. So staff's recommendation, as you noted, is to forward this to the city commission with a recommendation for approval based on the findings in the report and subject to the conditions. And I'm just going to very briefly go over those. That 5-year presentation is a condition. Occupancy is limited to no more than 24 plus the staff. A minimum staffing is 2 daytime and 1 nighttime staff members. Outtime recreation is limited to the areas shown on the plan. Contact information must be updated, so we have adequate, the appropriate information if you need to contact them. They must comply with the provisions of the management plan. There was an access on the south side of the building. I didn't point that out when I showed you the footprint, but it just leads into a yard. There's no walkway. It doesn't connect to a sidewalk. And so that will be locked. It'll just be an emergency exit only for fire code, but no one can come in from that side. And then, as I mentioned, the areas that are not visible will be monitored with security cameras. And so this is the SUP review criteria, and that concludes my presentation, and I believe the applicant is here today.
Thanks a million, Mary. Yes, is Letitia Cole here? Hi. Welcome. We offer 10 minutes for an applicant to give some feedback to that. I see you have a couple of folks that are queuing up with you. Are they going to be? That's fine. Are they planning to be a part of your presentation tonight, or?
Some, yes. We're going to go back and forth.
Thank
But we don't have a very long presentation.
That's fine.
So.
That's fine. That's great.
Hello, my name is Letitia Cole. I'm with Paul Werner Architects. And thank you to Mary for a nice overview of the project and the staff report. While the special use permit we know is tied to the management plan and not technically to the operator, we would like to start with just a brief overview of Family Promise, since the management plan is mostly comprised of documents and policies that are specifically from Family Promise. So I'm going to pass it over to somebody else for a few minutes.
Very good. Jeff, are you controlling the drive on this?
Can control
I
with
can
the
do
arrows.
that.
Yep.
Oh, power.
I learned that.
Dana Ortiz, I'm the Executive Director at Family Promise of Lawrence. Thank you very much, Commissioners, for your time. You put in a lot of late hours. We hope tonight's not one of them for you. And we appreciate your service. Family Promise opened here in Lawrence in 2008, so we're celebrating our 15th year this past year. We're part of a national organization that you may or may not know about. We're in 200 different cities across the country, so we have lots of colleagues where we gather our best practices and such, and they constantly challenge us in new ways to think about the problem of family homelessness and housing crises. We've sheltered families in a series of congregations of faith here in Douglas County and Lawrence for 15 years in almost every neighborhood in town. If you haven't heard about us, that's a good thing. We keep it on the low and quiet, and families need that for their own safety and getting through the crisis period. We made the decision, our board made the decision to pursue a more permanent sheltering option for families to reduce the trauma. There's so much trauma to experience homelessness, especially young families. Many of our clients, 60 to 70% year in, year out, are single moms. And to have to rotate each week to a different congregation of faith is really difficult on those little ones and parents. Our mission statement is this: empowering families in a housing crisis to achieve stabilization through community connections. We're all particularly proud of our mission statement. It was written by graduates who've been through our program. They rewrote our mission statement a couple years ago and submitted it to the board of directors, who approved it. So this keeps us very clearly in our lane. We know exactly what we're doing. They told us what we did well, and we keep to that. So with that, I'd like to turn this over to Venetia Hazel, who's our Director of Family Service Programming.
Thank you.
Hello. I'll go through it rather quickly. So we're just talking about our program growth. So other programs that we do have within Family Promise are prevention, diversion, and stabilization. So our shelter program is our smallest program. So we like to have the community be aware of that, so that thought of traffic wouldn't be at that particular facility. We also have access to 10 units here in Lawrence, and we own 2, we lease 8. And we have our day center. Some of you guys may know where it's at 905 Tennessee, where we have our client meetings with those other programs that I just mentioned earlier. And right now, currently enrolled in our FPL programs, are 57, and in our shelter are 5. So that gives you some, talked about the numbers that would be at that particular facility. And then why we pursued 200 Mouth Hope Court. I know a lot of questions are surrounding that. So we found out about this building in August, and we were like, the name was amazing, the street it was on, that kind of spoke to us a lot. And also the fact that the building wasn't being used, and we really were trying to seek some safe temporary family shelters so our families don't move around as much. All our other programs, they will continue to operate in our day center. We're just trying to find somewhere to shelter families safely. That's, I don't want to take up much time.
So this is just a little clip of the site plan. As Mary kind of went through all of this already, but we don't plan on making any changes to the site or the exterior of the building. It's great that there's already this yard in the back that was for children before, so it gives us a great place to have a play place for children, and then, other outdoor recreation areas. And the parking is great because we only plan on, there's 12 existing parking spaces, and we'll have a maximum of 6 families and 2 staff members, and this allows extra spaces for volunteers that come to serve dinners, play, and interact with families. And the floor plan. So we do plan on making improvements to the interior of the building. This plan shows the proposed layout in the existing building. The facilities will be designed for 6 families, maximum of 24 occupants, as Mary stated. We have worked with the very knowledgeable staff of Family Promise to design a safe and trauma-informed layout for families. That means that there's going to be 6 private bedrooms with room for a double bed and a bunk bed in each room. And if if a family comes in and they have more than 4 people, they'll just take 2 bedrooms. Each bedroom will have access to a private bathroom and lockable storage closets for their belongings that don't fit in their bedroom. There'll be common living areas, living room, dining room, kitchen, children's playroom, and a laundry room for the feeling of a large house. Staff offices and other, computer areas and things will be up at the front. We do plan on adding fire sprinklers and a fire alarm for safety. One question we received from our meetings with adjacent property owners and the Pinckney Neighborhood Association is about communication, should there be a need. The management plan includes the Family Promise board-approved crisis plan and the board-approved safety procedures, both of which outline their standard kind of operating procedures for what's to be done in different circumstances. But beyond that, Family Promise also, we plan to work with the Pinckney Neighborhood Association to have good communication and attend meetings when possible. And then just the last thing I'd like to say is, this building has been in and out of operation for its different daycares since it was built in the 80s. And it's been vacant for a few years, I believe. No one really wants a vacant building in their neighborhood. It's better to have a building occupied, and even better to be occupied by a group that is active in the community and working to keep people, and more specifically families, from being homeless. So thank you for the opportunity to speak, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll come back to you after public comment. All right. We'll open the floor to anyone who would like to, from the public, who would like to speak on this item tonight. My ask is that, remember that there's a 3-minute time limit on that. There's a shot clock over here, and we'll keep an eye on that and help remind you if you're running up against that time. I'd ask you to queue up, if you would, just to make sure that we can hear as many people as we can in a shorter amount of time. Come up and state your name and where you're from, and the floor is yours. Anybody here to speak tonight on this topic? Yes. Hi.
Hi, I'm Jane Cotita,
Hi,
and I
Jane.
actually work for the city. And I've been a part of First United Methodist Church, who has been a sponsor of Family Promise since the beginning, and have had many rotations through our church over the years. And it is a marvelous program, and I can't say enough good things about it and what it will do as far as the stability for the families and the little kids, to come home every day or to be in the same area every day, same play area. All of that is marvelous. And so I hope the commission will seriously consider this, because it's just a perfect location and a wonderful name. So, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Susan Thomas. Thank you, commissioners, for allowing this opportunity to talk before you. I've lived in Lawrence for about 30 years, retired recently. Worked for about 20 years at the hospital. My husband is a 28-year-old service member of local law enforcement. So we're really invested in this community, and I've just been so fortunate to be a small part of Family Promise, serving as a volunteer, also helping with fundraising, and just having a really spectacular opportunity to interact with the families as well as the staff. And one thing that I think about is in my role working for the hospital and then subsequently working as a healthcare consultant, I traveled a lot around around the country. I had clients in every 50 states. And healthcare and the unhoused population definitely intersects a lot. And so I had, the opportunity not only to see what was happening in our community, but to see how other communities interacted with families and individuals that were unhoused. And, there's no blueprint for doing this. All individuals, all families are different, but there are a lot of commonalities. But one of the significant differences that I noted just in my time, speaking with other professionals in healthcare was the community support. That is the difference maker. And seeing how the community support unhoused individuals, how they provide care for them, just how they look at them is really significant. And I just feel like this is an incredible opportunity for our community to, really reach out, coordinate with this amazing organization, and find a way to take care of families that really need our help. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Craig Weinog. I'm a retired resident of Lawrence, Kansas. I've been involved with Family Promise through my church, First Baptist Church, since the very beginning. And this is such an excellent way to tap into the resource of people who don't only give lip service to homeless problems, but actually want a way that they can help. And one of the things I often heard at public meetings that I've attended, and I've been in many of them, is we don't want this in our backyard. But I thought I might have to address why city officials and county officials and the leaders of our community need to do what's right. And this is one of the things that we as a community have done right, and this is a way to improve that. And so I'm going to short up what I tended to say based on what I've heard. But if you start to have doubts as to whether this is the appropriate thing to approve in my neighborhood, let me know and I'll use up the rest of my 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. How you doing? My name is Eugene Cowper. Thank you for having me up here today. I am a staff member of Family Promise, and one of the things that I would like to address is that one of the most important elements of getting back up on your feet when you're down is stabilization, stability. With Family Promise, or should I say when we decided to take this mission to create yet another form of stabilization, because I can say we because I also was on the board. We took the mission of saying, let's make something a little bit more stable than we have. We have stability, but let's do more in the eyes and through the eyes of the children. When we voted that in, we didn't have a building that we was looking to go into. We had a mission. We had something that we wanted to do. And 8 months later, here we are discussing or trying to point out what can strengthen the mission. The thing that I would like to say most importantly about Family Promise is the difference between a homeless child and their family outside in the cold, and the difference between a homeless child and their family in the midst of stabilization and comfort is Family Promise. And I would love it if you guys said yes. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. There's 3 more people standing here. Well, you folk will talk, and then we'll look online before we come back to the room. So please.
Good evening. My name is Lene Pettengill. I serve on the board of Family Promise, and I also think you should say yes. Hope you will. I'm impressed by many aspects of this organization. There's over 200 affiliates of Family Promise nationwide. The last 4 years, this chapter, the Lawrence chapter, has ranked in the top 10 Family Promise. It's an incredible staff, incredible board, incredible volunteer community support. This would greatly increase our capacity. And another thing I love about the organization is really looking at the root causes of each family's situation and helping address those causes so that this doesn't happen again and they reach stabilization. So thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi there. I'm Deacon Gody. I'm the lead pastor of Vintage Church here in Lawrence. We've been proud partners of Family Promise for a number of years. And I just want to say how much I just respect and trust Family Promise as an organization. We originally met at Central Middle School, and we ended up needing to move out because of building improvements. We bought our building, which was the former Lawrence Community Theater, specifically so that we could partner with Family Promise as a host facility. So on the one hand, I'm sad that we're losing the opportunity to maintain that role, but I'm absolutely confident in what Family Promise is doing and how they have done everything since I've been involved, which was, I came in 2013, and Dana gave me a tour of the day center at that time, and I immediately knew we needed to increase our involvement, and I just am specifically wanting to speak to Family Promise's trustworthiness as an organization. They're thorough, they are deliberative, they don't do anything, in my experience, without thinking about it and thinking about it again, and making sure that everyone involved is going to be cared for in the process. And we, as a church family, have always had incredible interactions with Family Promise as an organization. I'm proud of the local giving partners that we have, and I'm both slightly disappointed because we're a small church, but I'm also proud of the fact that we're the largest faith-based contributor to Family Promise, and we get to be the title sponsor for the Home Run 5K, which is one of the coolest things I get to say. And I'm just really grateful for their place in our community. And I respect those who live in that neighborhood and have to bear the responsibility of that. I know that that's not me, but I can say with confidence, there's no other organization that I would trust more with that responsibility than Family Promise. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Take one more in the room. They're going to look online. So if you're online and you're here to speak on this topic tonight, maybe raise your hand digitally, and we'll come to you next. Hey, Kyle. Good evening.
Hey, thanks for having me. Kyle Rogenkamp with the Ballard Center. This is a pretty easy one, folks. We've got a staff recommendation. We've got an agency that has the trust of this community. We have all these beautiful people in the room that definitely know what they're doing when it comes to Family Promise. I just wanted to speak for a few seconds about and kind of follow up on trust. Without trust, nothing's possible. And that could not be more true than when we're talking about the clients that we collectively serve alongside Family Promise. When we have to hand the baton to another agency because we're all trying to stay in our lanes and maximize our resources, that can come with fears and anxieties at times. The average lifespan of a nonprofit worker is 2 years because it's hard as hell and it burns you out fast. It'll rip your heart out in a second. Family Promise is a place that we've never felt that fear and anxiety when we passed the baton. In fact, when we looked at ourselves in the mirror last year and said we need to tighten up our own case management that we provide folks with rent and utility assistance, we knew exactly who to call. We called you guys, and you welcomed us in. You showed us everything that you do with families. You shared all your documents, and you helped us fast-track our ability to better help people. What we've realized during that process is what Family Promise is doing is really hard work. And for us to get to a point where we can provide case management on a similar level, it's going to take time. This is a beautiful agency, and this is an easy call. So I'm going to get out of your hair. Thanks for having me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cal. Let's go online. Is there anyone on Zoom, online, that has an interest in speaking on this item tonight? You could raise your electronic hand. No one? All right. Back to the room. Yes, sir. Good evening.
My name is Wayne McDaniel, and I'm the owner of Kansas Copper, which owns this property. And so or at least currently, it's under contract to be sold to Family Promise. And I just want to say one thing. It's always been my desire that this property be used in a way that serves and helps people. And so when I learned that Family Promise was interested in it, I couldn't have been more thrilled. I would not want to sell it to anybody else, even for more money. So I am very proud that it's proposed to be used in this way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hi. Good evening.
My name is Joe Wrights. In 2007, when HUD did their census of homelessness, and Lawrence finally distinguished between homeless families with children, chronically homeless, mentally ill, transients, and those kinds of things, I went to Mike Amix, who was then the mayor, and I said, I suspect that the city is going to address the problem of chronic homelessness, particularly downtown. And he said, yes. I said, you don't have any plans to address the problems of 50% of the homeless population, which is homeless families with children? And he said, no, we wouldn't have a clue how to do that. I said, Mike, we'll take care of it. We won't cost you a dime. And we did. We lived up to our word. We didn't ask the city for any money. We just asked them to kind of stay out of our way. And thank goodness that the Planning Commission then listened to us over, I think, 3 meetings with lots of people in attendance. And we listened to what people said who were afraid of it. And fortunately, the Planning Commission let us go. None of the fears that the families in the neighborhoods expressed came true. And I think that I'm grateful because I'm 84, and that's the best thing that's ever happened in my life. To see all the good that's been done by all the good people who have supported us and who's helped us, and the good people who've gone through the program. 2 things I learned was that it takes a lot of courage for a father, particularly, to admit that he can't take care of his family without help and come to us. And those guys are my new heroes. And it takes a lot of work and effort for families to stay in the program and succeed. But the bottom line is 4 out of every families that we've taken in over 15 years have graduated into permanent housing. And we follow them up for 2 years and they stay there. 90% of them are still housed after 2 years. The other thing that I think is important is that our ability to expand our offerings when we were confined to 5 families for a few years and realized that we couldn't possibly accommodate all the homeless families in Lawrence unless we changed our model and changed our way of operation. And through the leadership of Dana, our executive director, we did. So that by January of 2020, we were able to take care of 20 families, 4 times as many as before. And then COVID hit. And 2 things happened. The first thing was that it made it impossible for churches to take large numbers of people in and spend the night. So we had to change our strategy then. The second thing that happened was Domestic Violence Center and Lawrence Community Shelters both shut down. And there were all these families with no place to go. by August of 2020, we had 87 families who would have been on the streets without family promise.
Sir, I need to ask you to wrap up.
So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hi, good evening.
Hi, my name is Ashley C. This is Bravery, Karma, and Hero. We are graduates of Family Promise 10 years ago. We are stably housed in the same house that we moved into when we graduated. I'm just here to, Family Promise really, their reputation speaks for itself. So I don't really even need to advocate for them, but I'm here anyway. Family Promise changed the trajectory of my life and every single person that I know in the program. Our kids are going to college. We're breaking generational curses. This program is so much more than just getting people housed. You know, this is our family. You know, and some of these people I haven't seen in years. Some of these people I just met, but there's something there. I really just can't say enough how important expanding this way is. And I actually taught at the Brook Creek at 200 Mount Hope Court. I know the layout really well. This specific location is so incredibly perfect for this project. If I could look back on my time and say anything could need improvement from my stay, and I've heard this from other graduates as well, is that moving every single week with young children especially, for things like potty training, you know, behavioral problems, you know, it all could really be resolved by having a fixed site and having some stability, particularly for young children, which is, you know, what Family Promise primarily serves. I really, really hope that you consider this. I mean, again, just like everyone else has stated, Family Promise's track record of being honest and believing in people and their success rate is just unmatched. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone online that wants to speak to this tonight? Not seeing anyone. Back to the room. Anyone else in the room tonight here to speak on this? Once we close public comment, we'll be closed for the night. We won't be opening that back up. So last chance. All right. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Michalisher, and I'm a case manager or family service coordinator at Family Promise. Like everyone said here, it is not just a shelter, it's a program, and most importantly, it's a family. I've been at Family Promise for almost 2 years now, and I think that the biggest difference that I can say about Family Promise from other agencies that I've worked with prior is we meet families where they're at, and we will do everything in our power to empower those families to reach that stabilization and reach their goals, no matter how big or small they are. We are there with them through the entire thing, and we will walk with them through their entire journey. So I'm just really excited to hopefully have this new building be approved and just have more space that we can continue to work with these wonderful families that we're so blessed to have come into our program and just help them on their way. So thank you.
Thank you for being here. Anyone else? Anyone else online? Going. All right. Traditionally, we offer the applicant a couple extra minutes at this time to reply to anything that might have been brought up tonight. That time is yours if you have anything else to say, Letitia. Otherwise, we'll take it back to the commission. No, you're okay? All right. Back to the commission. So we're looking at a special use permit, and I have a couple of questions that I want to ask. Before I jump into that, I'll look around the dais, look online to see if anybody else wants to get started. Else have any questions? Okay.
I have a couple too.
Yeah, please, Jane.
Thank you. I was wondering, I'm a little confused about the fact that Family Promise's typical length of time is 70 days, but the plan that is talked about in here is 30 days. I don't understand the difference, or if somebody comes in, if they can stay for 73 days. I mean, how does that work?
Hi. So the programs are 30 days, and they're evaluated every 30 days. So extensions are granted based on goals being set, things being adjusted with the families that they have in programming. So we set the shelter program for the 70 days because based on all our statistics and how things have run through the program, we've noticed that families are able to get more things in within the first 70 days within programming. So for instance, a housing application would take 30 days, right, to get the documents and everything turned in. So we assess that and we go in.
Is there a time when people must leave, whether they've reached stabilization or not?
Yes. So we work with them towards whatever outcome they're needing that they considered stable. So that is how we determine that. So it may not be into their permanent housing. Maybe they have a family member that says they have availability now or time to help that family. And then we work with them still if they're wanting to with case management, if that's how they decide to exit the program.
Thank you very much. The other question I had was, I'm just so incredibly impressed with everything I've heard. Can you hear me now? Yes. Okay. I'm very impressed with everything I've heard this evening, and I have, for many years, learned of your reputation. It would make me very sad. How do I do this without echoing?
I don't, let Kurt manage that.
Okay. I would be very sad if any organization other than Family Promise was using this building in this way. And I'm concerned about the clear notice that Family Promise may leave this and turn it over to another organization. And I would much prefer to see Family Promise stay with it. Is there a way that we can make that happen?
Thank you, Commissioner. We are under contract to buy this building. So our intent is to be there for a long time. We have only bought 2 other buildings in our 15 years. Those are homes that we own to use for supportive housing. So we're not in the flip business.
So within the parameters that we're setting out with this special use permit, rather than saying it doesn't have to be Family Promise operating it, can we take that out and say the special use permit only exists as long as Family Promise is operating the...
That's a question, I think, for the city planning department. Our understanding is that the permit stays with the building, not necessarily the organization. So should we sell it? But that is a question for city.
Any way in, Jeff?
Yeah, special use permits do run with the land. So it would be a permission of the land that runs with it. So if somebody wanted to come in and run one after, if it was a temporary shelter and then somebody wanted to come in and do a temporary shelter again, it would have some of that permissions to it. The caveat would be is the conditions that you would see in there would still be subject to the future operator of the property. The other thing that can happen is if Family Promise moves to a different location and the special use permit is not utilized within a certain amount of time, they will just typically run it out of their own course. But it is a use that does run with the land.
Is there anything prohibiting us from making it go only to Family Promise?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. The way the city code is drawn up, the SUP is not does not attach to an individual or an applicant, and basically that was done to avoid favoritism and things like that. So SUPs will always run with the land. That's how the city code is set up, and there's nothing in the code that would permit an SUP to be attached to an individual or to an entity. So it has to run with the land.
Now, one thing, if I could just add, if I'm remembering what I read correctly, one of the conditions of this SUP is the operating rules that Family Promise has in place. So they manifest their method into the operating rules, and the operating rules are a dependency of the SUP. I think I got that right, didn't I?
Yes.
So that is one way, without stating a name, that all the details of how it operates would go. And if those changed, if those went away, then so would the SUP.
Thank you.
Kind of gets at it.
Well, but the code doesn't have anything that prohibits it. And I think Mr. Larkin's view is that as long as it is not permitted, it's not allowed. The code has to allow it as opposed to not prohibiting it, drawing that distinction. Is that correct, Mr. Larkin?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. SUPs run with the land. That's correct. They don't run with the applicants.
Okay, thank you.
So looking on online, Pedro and Chelsea, anything from you? Any questions you have? Seeing head shake? No? All right. Anyone else on the commission here?
Oh, I'll just make a couple comments that to Commissioner Eldridge's concern. I'm actually quite satisfied with the conditions of this permit. Very happy that Family Promise is going to have this property, but should for some unforeseen reason that property moves to somebody else, these conditions here, I'm very satisfied with this remaining a temporary shelter. I'm very pleased at this creative reuse of a building. I always love to see that when buildings are able to be reused for all kinds of reasons. So I applaud the reuse of this building. It looks like a great location. Given the management plan, I can foresee no issues with the neighborhood at all. In fact, most of us, sometimes can only wish we had some of those criteria for our neighbors. I'm quite pleased with this application. So.
All right, thank you. I couldn't have said it better. My questions were answered through the questions you'd asked, Jane. So it meets, and getting to the boring part, it meets the criteria. From my perspective, it meets the criteria. I agree with staff's appraisal of that and their recommendation.
I don't have any questions. I've got comments. One, absolutely fantastic organization. I'm very familiar with Family Promise being outside Lawrence in the Eudora area, knowing that you come to Eudora and use the churches there. And I've cooked many a meal and taken them to the Baptist church or the Methodist church there in Eudora. And it's such a wonderful organization that serves the county, not just the city. And I wholeheartedly support this.
Charlie, anything you want to add?
More of an editorial, perhaps. No matter where anyone is on their faith journey, the churches in Lawrence that have reached out and supported and acted, and I appreciate, I don't see where the theater, yeah, there, to say how important this organization has been in churches' lives. That is, I think, such a testament to this program. I live out in the country, go to church out in the country, and our little country church also supports this program. So bravo that I can put a face to some of you for doing this. The Lishers, if you are one of the country Lishers, then it is such a joy and brings tenderness to my heart knowing how we are connected to one another. And I think that is so critically important. Wherever you are on a faith journey does not matter, but the connections and the caring is so important. And I see it in the city, out in the country. We are, in many ways, one body that cares. So thank you.
Thanks, Charlie. Pedro, Chelsea, anything that you want to add before we look for a motion? Yes, Chelsea.
I would just say I echo everyone else's sentiment. I think this is a fabulous idea, a wonderful use of space, and I'm very excited about this project.
Thank you. Pedro, anything from you?
Yeah, well, the same. I appreciate the applicants, and I think it's a wonderful idea.
I wonder how this is going to turn out. Go ahead. Anyone care to make a motion?
I will move that we approve a special use permit SUP-23-00411 for the establishment of a temporary shelter at 200 Mount Hope Court and forward a recommendation of approval to the City Commission based on the findings presented in the staff report and
Very
subject
good.
to the conditions.
Is there a second? Commissioner Ashworth. Discussion. Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign. Carries unanimously. Thank you all for being here. All right. On to item 3. I'm going to read this the right place this time. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all.
You remember I reserved 2 minutes.
No, sir, I'm sorry. We're moving on. I'm sorry.
I just want to tell you how proud I am of you as planning commissioners.
Thank you, sir.
And how proud I am of this community.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, moving on to item 3. Sir. Yep.
Mary Miller, and I'm sharing my
30
screen
minutes.
again.
We're trying to go on now.
I find it.
All right, thank you. Thank you all. All right, moving on to item 3. Consider approving a conditional use permit, CUP 23-00383. Hey, folks out, if you guys could please close the door.
Yeah, they want us to close the door.
Please, thank you. Consider a CUP 23-00383 for vacation rental property use located at 724 East 715 Road, submitted by Vittoria Belladonna, best name yet, LLC, property owner of record. And I think Mary is here for this one as well.
Yes, I am. Thank you. As you mentioned, it is a CUP for vacation rental. And the property is located in the southwest portion of Douglas County, just real near Lone Star Lake. This is a close-up of the property. It takes access to 715 Road, and that's one of the principal considerations of this CUP. East 715 Road, in the staff report, I called it a private road. That's not exactly accurate. It's a special use road. It's on Lone Star Lake. It's not within right-of-way, but it is a road that's intended for the lake purposes only. So I guess a limited purpose road might have been a better term. So it's not intended. You know, every different classification of road is intended to carry different levels of traffic. This road is intended to be fairly limited. And so the county engineer asked that if the use was approved, that a condition be set that would limit the amount of traffic. And so when I get to the conditions, you'll see, and I may mention this later, that there's a condition limiting the occupants of the vacation rental to no more than 6 and no more than 2 cars. And that the intention of that is just to keep the amount of traffic similar to what was there previously. This house was constructed with 2 separate living areas. The property owner lives in this southern piece, and his son and his family lived in this northern piece. The son and the family have moved away, so this portion of the house is currently unused. And that's what would be used for the vacation rental. It has a garage. It has a required parking. There's a hot tub that would be used for the vacation rental. It's required by zoning and codes to be fenced, and as you can see, it is fenced. So there'd be really no changes to the exterior of the site. This is a picture from the appraiser's site showing how it looked when it was being constructed, the 2 separate portions of the residence. The key points, as I mentioned, this one will have no changes to the exterior, and it's been on the site since 2014. It is not in the UGA or within the planning boundary of any, or planning radius of any city, and access is taken from East 715 Road, so traffic limitations are being recommended. The zoning in the area is primarily all agricultural. The smaller parcels are zoned Ag 2. The land uses, open space is probably the predominant land use. We have Lone Star Lake, and we have quite a lot of woodland, and then we have agriculture. And then there are some residences in the area. The subject property is here, and about a quarter mile to the west is another residence. So the proposed use, being very similar to the existing use, would be compatible with the zoning and land use in the area. If we look at the character of the neighborhood, the red dots here all represent residences. I may have missed some. I just used the GIS map to find these residences. The green dot is the subject property. The yellow star is the Lone Star Lake Marina / restaurant. And so this is a location for vacation rental that's in close proximity to recreational area. And it would be compatible, given the limited residential in the area. The nearest residence to the west is about a quarter mile. And as you can see, there is a buffer of woodlands to the west, so it would buffer the residents. There are some requirements. There are no set standards in our regulations at this time for vacation rentals, but zoning and code staff and planning are working on a text amendment to develop some standards. And so this application is kind of going through and using the standards that we're drafting out and that have been used with previous CUPs for vacation rentals. And one of them is that there would be a 24-hour manager on call when the site is being rented. In case there are any issues, there'd be someone to contact. And that manager would provide notice to everyone within the half-mile notification range if the application is approved, letting them know that a vacation rental has been approved and providing their contact information. So if there are any issues, they can contact them. And with these measures and with the fact that it's just reusing an existing portion of a residence and that the property owner will remain living on the site, it really shouldn't alter the character of the neighborhood. So some of the conditions that are being recommended, the occupancy limit of 6 adult guests, no more than 2 cars is intended to limit the traffic. The property manager that would be available around the clock, the notification of property owners. We are recommending a 5-year time frame with this CUP. That's because we expect the text amendment with the new standards to go through within the next few months. We could be wrong, but that's what we're expecting to come to you within the next few months. And that would change the approval process. So most of these vacation rentals would be processed administratively through the Zoning and Codes Office rather than requiring a CUP. So the 5-year time frame would allow the applicant time to operate their facility under the CUP. And then when that expires, if they do meet the criteria to be administratively approved, they could switch over and just use their administrative registration with the Zoning and Codes Office rather than being under the CUP. And there is a standard that the activities will not constitute a nuisance. And that just provides protection to residents in the area that this would not be a loud, noisy party house vacation kind of thing, which is usually the common fear with vacation rentals. Not so much when they're on the same property as the landowner, but that's just a standard condition. There are other actions that would be required. If the CUP is approved, they would need to pass a life safety inspection, the structure would, by the zoning and codes inspector, and that would be part of getting their actual permit for the CUP use. And there is some administrative signage that zoning and codes would require as part of that building permit for the change of use, things such as the emergency access plan, how to exit in case of a fire, other safety signage. So they have a list of signs that they would require to be posted. So staff is recommending forwarding this to the Board of County Commissioners with a recommendation for approval based on the findings in the report and subject to the conditions I just listed. And these are the review criteria that we look at. These have all been discussed in the staff report, and I think I've touched on most of those here. But I'll be happy to answer questions if you have any on these. And the applicant is, I believe, they were intended to be present today.
Very good. Mary, thank you so much. Florian and Gabriella Rothburst.
Yes.
Hi, welcome. You have 10 minutes if you'd like to share your thoughts.
First of all, thank you, commissioners, for considering the permit. A little bit of background. Our daughter-in-law and son occupied the other half. They outgrew the home because they have 7 children and decided to move down to Overland Park where they have more facilities in terms of schools for the older kids. And so we find ourselves, you know, what do we do with the extra space? And so we came up with the idea of using that specification rental, specifically like an Airbnb. And what I've seen, because it's posted and we're getting inquiries, and I would say 90% of the inquiries are people coming in on Friday, spending the night, going to the game on Saturday, spending the night, and leaving on Sunday. And we've restricted it even prior to the recommendation to no more than 6 people and 2 cars. And so what we're finding is they're basically arriving, driving in town on the Saturday, coming back, and then leaving on Sunday. So it's kind of a minimal use. When I consider that versus when my daughter and son-in-law were there, constant trips into town, taking kids to school, coming back, all of the different extra activities, I think it'll be a minimal impact in terms of road usage. I don't think there's going to be an issue nuisance because we're not allowing any parties. That's part of what we've posted. Absolutely no parties. We don't allow any one-nighters because everything I've read, based on one night bookings, they generally do those for parties. It's a self-sustaining part of the house. It's got its own kitchen, 2.5 baths, a living room, 3 bedrooms, obviously the 2 garages, plus there's additional parking space, but only 2 cars come up, so it's not a problem.
Sounds awesome. All right. Anything else?
I'd like to get it approved.
All right.
It'll certainly help us reduce our tax burden.
Yeah. All right. I'll bet so. All right. So we might come back to you with some questions here in just a moment.
Sure.
Thank you.
Can we stand here?
I'd have a seat for just a moment. Is there anyone from the public here to speak on this item? Ellie, is there anyone online that appears to be interested in speaking on this item tonight?
Not seeing anyone online.
All right. There's no feedback. We'd normally come to see if there was any reply to that, but since there's not, we'll bring that back to the commission now. I have one question to get started. I drove out through there, and I drive through the Lone Star Lake area from time to time. I was curious about the 2-car limit. It sounds like you set that.
Yes.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Put the 2-car limits.
All right, and that's not a restriction, that's not a problem for you at all?
No.
All right, very good. All right, that was the only question I had. Anyone else on the commission? Yes, please.
I just have a technical question for staff. In terms of, is there any requirement that the owner must be on site? I know in the city, there was a requirement that it be owner occupied. Is there currently, or will there be a restriction?
Can I answer that question?
I'm asking staff about I know you're going to be living there.
I wouldn't let anybody be there unless we were
But I just
there.
want to know, in terms of a conditional use permit, just for the regulations, out in the county and these sort of vacation rentals.
There is our draft language is still in the draft stage, and right now there's a limit on the number that any one person could own, but I don't think there's a requirement that the property owner always live there. They're trying to limit it by having, say, no more than 3, if anyone wanted to have several. So the nuisance, the fact that it can't constitute a nuisance, I think is a condition that's being put there just for in those cases when the property owner doesn't live there, but they aren't planning on making that. That can always be added. But I don't think that's in the plans right now.
But that would have to be a general requirement of this type of CUP. It wouldn't be linked to an individual CUP, case by case, that the owner be, and it'd be an owner-occupied structure.
But with the new regulations, it wouldn't come, most of them wouldn't come before you. They would be administratively approved. So once we get the criteria honed in, if they didn't meet that criteria, then they would have to come get a CUP. But the more simpler ones, the ones that are seen, the smaller ones that aren't going to be an issue, I think their plans are, if it's a very large house, going to have a lot of occupants, those are the ones they don't feel comfortable with. But we're still drafting it, so that's something, when you see the regulations, when the draft language comes in, if you feel that home ownership or the resident living on the property should be one of the criteria to make it administratively approved, you could bring that up.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, please, Commissioner.
So, sir, you live on the property?
I'm sorry, say again?
You would be living on the property?
Yes.
So if the neighbors have a complaint, are you the person they contact? Or
Yes.
You're the person?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Anything, Jane? Anything else? Other questions?
Just say you're certainly not on the beaten path.
That's for sure. Commissioners Baroto and Hayden, any comments, questions from you? Nope. I'd sure entertain a motion. Anybody cares to?
I will make it if I can find the language.
Thank you, Prashant. Do you want the language?
I got it, yeah. So I move that we approve the conditional use permit CUP-23-00383 for a vacation rental at 724 East 715 Road and forward a recommendation of approval to the Board of County Commissioners based on the findings of fact presented in the staff report and subject to the conditions listed in the report.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Thank you, Jane. Discussion. Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Passed unanimously. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right. We are going to start on item 4, which is a larger body of work. I think before we jump in, I'm going to suggest a 10-minute recess. Let's come back at 5 minutes before 8 o'clock, and we'll get into it. Fair enough? All right. Thanks. I see Commissioner Hayden, is Commissioner Broda back with us as well? We're ready to go? All right. Up last tonight is a set of 8 items, all related to a project that's known as New Boston Crossing. It's a set of 8 requests for rezoning. We're going to take all of these 8 items as a whole for the purposes of staff presentation, public comment, and applicant feedback. But it'll be 8 separate votes as we get into it. The review criteria is the same for all rezoning types, but each one of these things may have slightly different review criteria, answers to review criteria. Just as a reminder for all the commissioners, we have a handout that brings those back to the forefront for us, but you'll also find all of that inside of the staff report on each one of the items themselves, plus their answers. When we get to public comment, again, as before, it's 3 minutes per speaker, and please help us keep to that time limit. But we'll come back, I'll talk about that a little bit more when we get to it. To get us started, though, I think Sandy Day, one of the hardest working people I know, is going to walk us through this significant body of work.
Thank you. You do have a handout that we created, and that's really just an opportunity to try and help you keep track. The presentation tonight will cover all of the zonings. In summary, I'm going to take them out of order from what is on the agenda. So this is all related to the New Boston Crossing. We considered the comprehensive plan amendment and the preliminary plat at a previous meeting. The preliminary plat was approved with a number of conditions, including the approval of zoning. The comprehensive plan amendment was recommended for approval by this body, and it is being scheduled for City Commission and County Commission, so that's still an active application that we're kind of working through. All of these projects kind of build up together. The rezonings that you have to consider this evening are UR for urban reserve, open space, residential zoning, and there are 2 types of commercial zonings. There is a neighborhood commercial, and then there is a community commercial, and that occurs in 2 different places. So that's why you have 2 different applications. They're not connected to them. Other items that we are working through are the floodplain development permit and the Clomer application. Those are internal staff items. I believe Amy's on the line. I don't remember that I saw her. They're nodding, so good. This is the concept plan that was in your previous packet, and that's just, again, trying to help orient how this project is intended to be developed. This is still conceptual as we move through the platting and through public improvement plans, and then for any of the uses that are non-single family residential, there would be also site plans that would come forward that would identify and frame how those individual properties would be developed. This is the summary of all of the applications and how they appear in your agenda. So 4 through 11 are the various zonings. Item 4 is 40 acres for CC 200. That's a wide-ranging commercial district. Item 5 is the open space, and that does carry with it the floodplain overlay designation. Item number 6 is UR, that's the Urban Reserve District. That is, we think of it a lot of times as a holding zone, and that would be applicable really just to the highway right-of-way. We are working with municipal services and operations staff to look at a bigger piece of zoning and possibly annexation for parts of the highway along that southern boundary, the South Lawrence Traffic Way. So we'll come back and visit that. But this just kind of brings that into a district that makes more sense with what's surrounding this project. The CC 200 South is about 10 acres, and that's located more along what would be South Iowa Extended, and you see a little graphic on there, again, trying to coordinate where these different things are occurring within the project. The the CN2 district then is a piece that would be located a little bit more central into the project. I think it has 2 lots that are reflected on the preliminary plat. If you remember it's would be adjacent to both the more intensive commercial zoning, open space, and residential zoning district, if approved per the concept. Items 9, 10, and 11 are 3 different single-family zoning districts. RS5, which is a smaller lot, 5,000 square feet, minimum lot size. RS7, 7,000 minimum square feet per lot, and the RS10, which is item 11, and it's located in the southern part of the project that is surrounded by that open space both on the north and south. So just a quick reminder of the property that we're talking about. It's all recently been annexed. The RS10 piece has been annexed for a number of years. This is all part of the revised Southern Development Plan. So the area outlined in blue is the project boundary. And you can see where a big chunk of the highway right-of-way is located along that north side. Surrounding uses that we find within this area. Baker Wetlands is a significant land use that is located to the east of the subject property. It is dedicated open space, and this project would tie into that open space. We also have agricultural land uses that are located to the south and immediate east of the subject property, and then we have urban development on the north side of the K-10 highway. Some of the existing conditions, again, this is a slide I think we showed in the previous application. There's existing floodplain on this property. The applicant is working through the process to address and mitigate regulatory flood on this property. We have staff here and online to be able to answer any questions about that, and I know the applicant is able to address some of those specific questions as well. This is where the project fits within the revised Southern Development Plan. This is kind of the land use map that was approved by this body that will be going forward to the County Commission and to the City Commission. And what you see are more of the mixed use uses that occur here, and the way the applicant is responding to those mixed uses is those individual zoning districts that include the CC200, CN2, and the residential zoning districts here in this reddish color. And where you see the brighter red colors are the more conventional commercial districts. Where you see this piece of light yellow would be the very low density residential district, and what the project is doing is kind of concentrating where residential development would happen and leaving a fair amount of open space surrounding that property. Skip a couple of these. This is just a reminder of that preliminary plat for reference, as well as the color-coded graphic of where those different zoning districts fall. So, for instance, the proposed RS5 district here, residential, would be this group of residential lots here. The RS7 would be located centrally, the CN2 district here, and so on. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, so the first zoning is the urban reserve piece, and this is, as you can see from this slide, is capturing that public right-of-way piece of the project. So the next zoning application is the open space, and that is this area highlighted in green. The project includes quite a bit of open space where they are proposing to incorporate some of the natural drainage ways through the project and provide connections to that open space as part of the infrastructure of the project. It does not necessarily have to have an open space designation for those components. Those would be captured through the subdivision plat, through easements and setbacks as well as the public infrastructure, so the public improvement plans. But the parkland area would be this open space with the floodplain overlay district designation. So the three zoning districts that we have, the RS5, the RS7, and the RS10 districts, are located, again, as I've highlighted before, along the east side of the project, transitioning into the central portion, and then this smaller area of RS10, the larger lot areas that are located in this southern portion of the development project. We try to put a quick summary of the number of lots and estimated density for these three districts. So it is all still intended to be a fairly low impact development, even adding additional residential development to the project. The commercial, there are three separate requests for zoning for commercial uses. The CN2, again, that's more of that neighborhood component kind of transitioning from kind of the highway exposure into the neighborhood, so stepping down in gradating uses as we move through the design concepts, creating and using boulevards and connections through the subdivision design to make those connections and start to have some of that separation. The CC200 wraps around the northern side along the highway frontages, and then another smaller piece of CC200 here also along the highway frontage at the south end of the project. These are the review criteria. You have a printed copy of those. The conformance with a comprehensive plan, you'll see throughout the staff reports, there's a lot of similar language throughout the staff reports. What we are doing with this project is really building a new neighborhood. So all of these zoning districts, along with the preliminary plat, form all of the building blocks to create a new neighborhood at the southern end of the county. It's property that has been a long time in the planning process in various planning documents, as we saw in the comprehensive plan. Zoning use for the property we summarized in the staff report. Character of neighborhood, and that is really where I'm talking about. We're kind of building a new neighborhood. Plans for the area neighborhood that would be appropriate for this project, the revised Southern Development Plan, so you considered that as an initial step of this project. Suitability for the subject property for which it's been restricted. Upon annexation, the existing zoning really is no longer appropriate to be carrying the rural county zoning designation, so it is appropriate to rezone properties once they have been annexed into the city limits. The property has been vacant and used for agricultural purposes. There's not been a history of development on this property. In terms of detrimentally affecting nearby properties, this property is surrounded by both physical and natural boundaries and barriers, and so it is incumbent on us to get the design right, and we do that through the subdivision and through the public improvement plans and those kinds of components. Gain to the public health, safety, and welfare, and those are, again, discussions in the staff report that address the need for housing, this idea of being able to look at a piece of ground very holistically. We don't have those opportunities very often, so this is an exciting opportunity to look at development at a high level and be able to look at how it integrates and interacts with its other proposed components, as well as the expectations for what the highway improvements are and the expectations for that kind of access in that area. Staff is recommending approval of the proposed rezonings. There is also a discussion about the retail market in the staff report, and that applies only to and specifically to the CC200 projects. Amy is on the line if you have specific questions about that component as well. That is the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions or defer to other staff that may be better equipped to answer specific questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Before I go to public comment, are there any quick questions from the commission? It's a little bit out of normal. Any quick questions for Sandy on this presentation before we go to the applicant? Jane?
Go ahead, Jane.
I wanted to ask about the floodplain requirements, and what is the status of all of that now? Because I know that you are looking at it and working with them, and how far into it are we?
I'm going to let Amy respond to that. She is our floodplain manager.
Okay.
There's Amy. Hi, Amy. I think you're on mute. At least we're not hearing you. Nope. I'll tell you what, I know Charlie had a question while you're solving the audio problem. Charlie, did you want to have a question? What did I say?
I did the data on the pull factor and other things stopped. The most recent data was 2018, if I recall. How is that an issue? There's 5-year gap in data that is not there. I didn't know how important that was.
Again, that's where Amy and perhaps Jeff could speak to. I know that we've been working through the survey documentation, so we don't have it fully assessed at this point. Amy, are you with us yet? Maybe?
Yeah.
So that is a no?
So I'll tell you what, let's cue those questions. Amy will solve things. We'll move on, if it's okay with everybody, we'll move on with our applicant. You're here to talk tonight? Hi, welcome.
Hi, Commission. I'm Corby Rust with Land Plan Engineering. I'd like to start by thanking staff. We have spent a lot of time with them, working through a lot of issues, and they, like we, understand the focus and the need to be concerned about the floodplain. We have particularly worked the last 2 months with city staff to satisfy their concerns about this development. Sandy has done a great job describing our solutions, and I think Amy will too. I'm going to save you from going into our excitement for this development and this project and all the benefits it will bring to Lawrence. And I will remind you that this project has undergone probably more scrutiny than any other project has, certainly that I've been involved with, and that's a good thing. The floodplain model developed for this land is well beyond any other project has ever provided, and we are happy to provide this. We don't want our project to flood neighbors, and our public improvements are designed to meet this goal. We understand and we accept all the limitations established by the city, and we will take any questions now or later.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We'll have an opportunity after public comment. We'll ask you to come back up. All right, this time, we'll open the floor to public comment. I would ask that we just keep in mind there's a 3-minute limit per speaker on that. Please keep track of that, the shot clock, and if it runs up against time, I'll try to give you a reminder. Please feel free to queue up if you'd like to, and share your name and address. What I would ask is that everyone remember that this is a business meeting. We're conducting the business of Lawrence. And keep your comments, please, directed at the commission. And with that, I guess I should probably also point out no Q&A in this session. If there are questions, we'll try to get to those at the end. All right, anyone care to speak on this? Hi, good evening.
Good evening. My name is John Martin. I live in the Prairie Park neighborhood. If I could ask staff to bring up the list of conditions or considerations, specifically the PowerPoint that showed it was like a 1 to 10, items 7 and 8 in particular I wanted to address.
And while you're waiting for that, item 7 is the extent to which approved zoning will detrimentally affect nearby properties. 8 is gain, if any, to public health, safety, welfare due to denial of the application as compared to the hardship imposed upon a landowner, if any, as a result of denial of the application. And, and it says, it goes on to the next one, sorry.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I think I've said this before, but I've been involved with development. I've got about 7 years in development and 4 years being an elected official in a previous, community. I have worked on about $750 million with development, quite a bit of which involved floodplains and such. And I have yet to see a development where a floodplain was touched that the community and or homeowners did not regret that it was approved and there was not a burden laid upon the taxpayers. We have quite a bit of property here that would be in the 100-year floodplain. I understand the applicant is going to be working to address such with fill soil and such. And from an engineering perspective, that makes sense. But I would also challenge the data they're working on. A lot of this data was from a decade plus more ago. Stuff like climate change has not been taken into consideration. Upstream development is not always taken into consideration. We're in the middle of a drought. The weather changes continually in Kansas. Wait 5 minutes, the weather changes. So there will be impact as much as the developer claims that there will not be. It may not be a year from now, may not be 5 years from now, but at some point, the homeowners in that community will be impacted and the taxpayers of Lawrence will be on the hook for it. I would also call to your attention the extent to which the approving will detrimentally affect nearby properties. You're going to be right next door to the Baker wetlands, which are extremely culturally significant to the residents of Lawrence and to Douglas County. Tons of history, tons of culture there. Millions of birds come through there a year. I cannot see where a development of this size, literally on its front doorstep, does not impact that. And item number 8, again, gain to the public health, safety, and welfare due to the denial of the application. I don't see there's any negative impact to the community from this. There may be negative impact to the landowner, maybe negative impact to the folks that are trying to develop the property, and I can appreciate that. But you're also looking at putting a large development with a large commercial presence just across the highway from a very depressed commercial area with lots of open storefronts, failed restaurants for years and years where restaurants have failed there, and lots of property that is ripe for redevelopment. That I think this would be a better, that the development as a whole would be a better location for.
I need to ask you to wrap up, please.
Sure. So I've got to get home to my kid, but I appreciate your time and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you for being here. You will not be around for questions. You're going to take off?
I got to take off.
All right. Thank you for being here.
So much.
Thank you, sir. Hi, good evening.
Good evening. My name's Terry Wilkie. I'm a proud taxpayer in Douglas County, Lawrence, Kansas. I'm proud to live here. We have a great community. My comments are my concern about the floodplain, and I went to an event that was at the library, and it was just a public event, and the Haskell University had a very interesting meeting about their property, and there are a few canals in this Baker wetlands area that stand to fill in Haskell. And so as the Planning Commission takes a look at more infill, every time I drive downtown, that has to do with the state of Kansas, it breaks my heart to see the infill that is currently going on a little east of 59 Highway. And my feeling is, okay, so there are plans to build buildings there. That's why they're infilling. And to infill again now on the other side of Baker wetlands, that water is not going to go away. We're having a drought right now, but that's apt to change, and the water is going to come up someplace else. So as you make these plans, please try to, perhaps you could do an environmental impact statement, and very smart people could look and see, oh, there are these canals here, and this water is running here and there. because you've got a river on the south side of this development. So I'm interested in protecting that river and the wetlands. I know that's an old argument. I'm very concerned about the Wakarusa extension, and that's going to impact the wetlands and the floodplain on the other side of this development. And I want to point out to the commissioners that the 2040 or comp plan says, you all said, we're going to infill for retail development. And as this gentleman just said, there's lots of vacant commercial space on Iowa Street. And I thought the plan was to build residential up north. I simply read the paper. I pay attention to your meetings, and I know we do need more residential development in town. I'm also very concerned about traffic on 1200 Road. So more residents at this particular corner is just going to shoot more people up 1200 Road, because this is the only way they have to get the plan is to do this Wakarusa extension, and so then, and the 1200 Road is in the floodplain too, and I've lived here long enough to know that's been completely underwater. So it'll be infill, 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 and I think we should leave the floodplains unfilled. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, good evening.
Hello, good evening. My name is Melinda Ball. I first want to thank everyone here and the opportunity to talk about this proposal. I urge the Planning Commission to deny the New Boston Crossing rezoning request. Here's why. The land is majority floodplain. Developing on floodplain is a bad idea. Yes, we have built on floodplains in the past. However, there are many things we've done in the past, for example, using lead paint, that have turned out to be a bad idea. Building on a floodplain is also a bad idea. Meeting requirements, criteria, and priorities only shows someone has done their job. It does not disprove the fact that this is a bad idea. Atchison County, Missouri, and Manhattan, Kansas are realizing the importance of giving rivers more space. After the flood of 2019, Atchison County decided to let the floodplain restore after a Missouri River levee broke. Manhattan, Kansas has converted residential lots to designated open space on floodplain. Additionally, Charleston, South Carolina has banned the process of fill and regrading for development in floodplain. The Technical Mapping Advisory Council was created by Congress to address flooding and contains FEMA flood experts as well as specialists from NOAA. TMAC's newest recommendations to FEMA include prohibiting the use of fill and grading as an elevation technique in floodplain. TMAC is also recommending nearly doubling the amount of risk zones and enlarging flood protection areas due to increased daily rainfall and less floodplain to cope. Lawrence does not need more commercial space. 23rd Street, particularly between Louisiana and Iowa, is blighted with many commercial vacancies. 31st in Iowa, as mentioned before, also suffers from long-term commercial vacancies. These areas need the commercial investment and possibly reimagined residential mixed use. New Boston Crossing will add financial burden to the city and taxpayers. Obligations include a new fire station, future road and infrastructure maintenance, and as well, flood recovery. The Lawrence School District would also face financial burden, as there is not a school nearby. There are other non-sensitive land locations in town that can be used for residential development or redevelopment, such as the open lot at 31st and Michigan, as well as reimagining mixed-use areas along or near our urban corridors. I believe revitalization and proper development is important. There are many opportunities for developers to do their work and help Lawrence thrive. We can do better. We need to do better. Please deny these requests.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Hi, Michael. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Michael Allman. I'm a member of Sustainability Action Network. Please deny this largest acreage rezoning in Lawrence history. You might pretend that the floodplain map is precise and predictable, but the maps are approximation, granted, a good approximation, but based on at least 10-year-old data. You might pretend that the 100-year flood event won't happen for 100 years, but we've had 3 100-year floods within the last 73 years, now exacerbated by climate extremes. You might pretend that engineering calculations will assure no net rise in any event because of the Clinton Reservoir, but Clinton's capacity is decreasing with silting in, and the Washington Creek floods are not contained by Clinton Reservoir. You might pretend that engineering solutions will reliably protect fill and build, which they're doing here, as well as downstream farm fields. But after 71 acres of existing flood storage have been filled, the flood waters will have to go somewhere. You might pretend that this development isn't urban sprawl, in spite of what Rob Richardson from the Chamber of Commerce says, but what he has described is actually leapfrog development. You might pretend that Plan 2040 does not direct growth to the west and the north, while avoiding sensitive lands like the Wakarusa River corridor. But right now, Lawrence is spending $18 million extending water and sewer infrastructure to the west of K-10 sector. You might pretend that this project's token 135 housing units are justified by alleviating our building shortage. But there are some 600 approved housing lots already in the pipeline to the north and the west of town. You might pretend that our community values don't oppose floodplain development, but we adopted such constraints in the Northeast Sector Plan by de-annexing the American Eagle 92 acres east of town, and we've rejected 4 fill and build projects at this site. And you might pretend that several previous planning commissioners and city commissions erred by denying each and every one of Mr. Phil Bundy's proposals. Is your legacy going to be the one that permitted a development that runs counter to these findings of fact that I've enumerated? I will say that former Mayor Mike Amick said it best. If we approve development here, that will open up the entire valley to development. Please deny this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hi, good evening.
Hi, my name is Bill Steele. I'm a resident of Lawrence. I'm going to urge you all to vote against this proposed development. I'm going to echo sort of what Michael just said and what others have said, that filling in and building on top of a floodplain is really asking for trouble. It's a recipe for disaster. I wasn't around when the 1951 flood occurred in Lawrence, but I've seen photos of it, as I'm sure many of you here have. And it instantly came to mind when I heard that this development was being proposed. Granted, a lot of really good engineering has gone into flood mitigation since then, but it's really, as we all know, it's really only a matter of time before Mother Nature has the last word, and we have another catastrophic flood event in Lawrence like 1951. In fact, just this week, if you pay attention to the news, just this week, San Diego had a 1,000-year flood event. San Diego County had a 1,000-year flood event, and the worst flooding occurred around the drainage canals. And this proposed development would sit right next to the Wakarusa River in a floodplain. So I really need to caution you here that you could be putting people's lives at risk by following through and allowing this development to go forward. I think it's too risky, it's too environmentally destructive, and whatever short-term benefits that this development might bring to the city are really not enough to outweigh the long-term costs, in my opinion. Really, honestly, no developer should be allowed to build on this land, and it's really a shame that FEMA's, at this point, very outdated flood maps are continue to encourage development in floodplains like this. You know, and we probably wouldn't be even having this discussion if FEMA had updated their flood maps. My taxes are already going through the roof. I don't want any further role in helping subsidize this risky development, and I'm sure there are many other Lawrence residents who would feel the same if they knew the facts about this. These homeowners and businesses are likely going to want help when the inevitable happens. A lot of them are probably not going to be insured, or they're going to be underinsured. You know, and who's going to bail them out? So to reiterate, this proposed development is a bad deal for this community. It's a bad idea for Lawrence, and it should be disapproved, so I urge you all to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hi, good evening.
Hi. My name is Samantha Rogowitz, and I live at 3208 Rainier Drive. And I'm also here to ask you to disapprove the rezoning for now, at least, until I think we get more information, especially about some of the floodplain impacts, but also the environmental impacts on the river and the wetlands, with it being right up against these very, very important ecological areas. I think it behooves us to really slow down and take time to figure out what the real long-term impact may be. I'm also very concerned that perhaps the Haskell community has not been involved in this planning and discussion. I think that they already compromised on the wetlands quite a bit to allow for the South Lawrence Traffic Way, and there's already a great deal of pressure in terms of noise pollution on the wetlands, and having this right up against the wetlands would only make all of that so much worse. So I think those are some questions that we need to get more information for before we know if this is an appropriate zoning for this particular space. Some other, issues that have been brought up are the idea that this is going to increase affordable housing in Lawrence. I guess I'm unclear as to whether there's any guarantee that that is going to be the case. Are we requiring this to be any kind of mixed income development, or is that just something that kind of sounds good while people are struggling with housing costs? I don't think that we have any guarantees there. I'm concerned about it gentrifying this area of town by increasing property values. There's a trailer park just down the street next to Target. I mean, what's going to happen to those people? Are they going to be kind of pushed out of the area? And I'm also concerned that this will not uphold the unique character of Lawrence. I haven't seen a lot of images of the project, but the ones that I have seen don't look unmistakably Lawrence to me. They look like anything I could see in Overland Park, and if I wanted to live in Overland Park, I would move there. But I want Lawrence to stay uniquely Lawrence, and I don't see this project achieving that goal. So thank you for listening, and I do hope that you'll vote no on this.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room? We'll look online. Is there anyone online tonight to speak to this? Hi, Bridget. Hi, welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure, yes, ma'am.
Thanks, commissioners, for taking the time to think about this carefully, about this rezoning decision. To rezone an area around the South Lawrence Traffic Way adjacent to the wetlands and the Wetlands Discovery Center, of course, close to Haskell, as commercial development, and unfortunately, as expected. Can you all hear? You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. It looks like there's an arrow through my.
I can hear you just fine.
Okay, great. So this development is part and parcel of the disastrous South Orange Traffic Way project, an SLT associated project. It cannot be disconnected from it. Any separation from it is a false construct. When past Lawrence community leaders decided to build the South Orange Traffic Way through large sections of the Haskell wetlands, they insisted it was not being built to enable further development in the floodplain near the road and near the wetlands. In contradiction to this statement, this proposed development and rezoning is proposed to be built close to the highway in the floodplain if city leaders approve it, and will increase effects on the entire Wakarusa wetlands, floodplain and river, which Haskell utilizes and has utilized historically, and will increase traffic loads on the traffic way running directly next to Haskell's campus with accompanying serious air quality, noise, and pollution impacts, as well as increased flood disaster potential for the Haskell campus and historic land holdings, which we still access as an outdoor classroom and for ceremonies, etc. I am a professor at Haskell. I am an aquatic ecologist. Haskell is a key stakeholder here whose resources and land is impacted more intimately than other groups in the community, and is a historically underserved, underrepresented part of the community that has been subjected to structural environmental racism by the city and county decision makers, in particular related to the South Orange Traffic Way disaster. As such, I ask that this decision be tabled so that the Haskell community can be consulted and worked with by the City Planning Commission in a special additional capacity as a particularly potentially injured party due to the historical and ongoing damage done to Haskell by the South Lawrence Traffic Way and their associated projects. This is part and parcel of that. It is a false construct to think that it's not. The plan exemplifies the cynical approach of land and real estate speculators to use the sincere and valid concern about the lack of affordable housing to inappropriately locate high-density developments in environmentally valuable and vulnerable spaces, causing more harm and danger to the people who buy homes there and the community around it in the form of floods, water pollution, climate change vulnerability, which is not being considered, wetland habitat destruction, lowered groundwater recharge. This is a disaster-prone area that we shouldn't locate any more of these kinds of developments in. Please vote no to the rezoning, and please consider especially reaching out to Haskell in that special capacity. We don't want to pull this town apart, and this kind of development causes disquieting feelings of inequity and destabilization to spread in the community. It destabilizes the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Lisa Harris Friedman, and I live on New Hampshire Street in Lawrence. I am here to ask you to deny the rezonings before you tonight for new Boston Crossing based on non-compliance with the comprehensive plan about floodplain management. Chapter 2, Goal 1.8 of Plan 2040 states the intent to, quote, strengthen floodplain regulations to mitigate flood hazards and decrease vulnerability of life and property, unquote. I interpret this language to mean that the community wants stronger regulation than our current standards. This is prudent and forward-thinking, in my opinion, considering the higher incidence of heavy rains we are seeing in our area. This proposed project does just the opposite, though. Rather than strengthening regulations, the developer is requesting stretching them to allow for fill and development in the floodplain. The staff reports recommend approval of this request because they say development will provide no rise in the base flood elevation and no increase in flood velocities. The developer would also obtain a letter from FEMA that revises the floodplain map. Staff state that this gives the community the same assurances and meets the intent of the standards. I respectfully disagree. I say that because the method that the city would rely on to provide these assurances has been called into question by FEMA's own Technical Mapping Advisory Council, or TMAC. TMAC is tasked with providing advice to the FEMA administrator, and they recently said that federal rules allowing developers to use fill to elevate new structures in high-risk flood areas should be changed because the practice can exacerbate flooding damage nearby. TMAC's report said, quote, the placement of fill for this purpose reduces the carrying capacity of the floodplain leading to increased flood risk over time, unquote. Given this, I think it's unwise for the City of Lawrence to rely on this practice, especially considering the substantial size of this project. You should know that the area east of the proposed development is already prone to flooding. During heavy rains, sections of the Lawrence Loop have been closed between Louisiana Street and Haskell Street because of flooding, and the underpass at Louisiana Street floods regularly. So please vote no and allow the floodplain to remain intact. I like many aspects of the new Boston Crossing proposal, but putting such a large development on a floodplain is a non-starter. It's not compliant with our Plan 2040 goal for floodplain management. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Lisa. Hi, Dawn, good evening.
Hi, thank you. My name is Dawn Hawkins. I'm a rural Douglas County resident and property owner in the city of Lawrence. I strongly oppose the location of this proposed development in a floodplain right next to our precious Haskell-Baker wetlands and the Wakarusa River. My first question is, if we cannot get information about the status of the FEMA application to change the floodplain map, why is the applicant wasting valuable commission and public time now? Shouldn't we be having this discussion after that takes place, if it is even approved? We all know that we are likely to see increased flooding due to climate changes. We've already been witnessing this locally. I live right next to Clinton Lake, and I know well that the releases from the lake into the Wakarusa are dictated by downstream locations, at times holding lake levels very high because the Wakarusa and the Kansas River cannot hold the needed releases, nor can downstream communities. In 2019, we saw the highest water level ever at Clinton Lake. You can still see the floodwater line in the trees around the lake, and you can even see the invasive zebra mussels that died high up in the trees where they landed during that flood. And there's hundreds of dead trees all around the lake. It's just, you know, we know that we have flooding here now. Mr. Rost of Land Plan stated that this project has gone through a lot of scrutiny. Well, there's a reason for that. This area has been held as precious, sacred, and special to the Lawrence community for decades. It is why we had a ramp to nowhere for so many years until the South Lawrence Trafficway was pushed through in its current location at the behest of those with eyes towards developing in this area. The applicant, 3500 Iowa Holdings LLC, is owned by Equiset LLC, a developer from Wichita with global holdings. They're not invested in our community, only in making money. I also noticed that the letters of support in the agenda packet are mostly from bankers, real estate sellers, and a financial planner, in general, representatives of the demographics who would stand to benefit from this development. I don't want to take more of your time by reiterating comments of others opposed to this ridiculous proposal, but I urge you to read in full the letter in your packet submitted by Melinda Ball and follow the links in her letter to educate yourselves. I also echo Bridget Chapin's, if I'm pronouncing her name right, comment that Haskell University and Baker University need to be consulted before any rezoning takes place. If you pass recommendation for rezoning changes to be forwarded to the City Commission, you will be placing a huge burden on the City Commission, as it will bring out the public in force to ultimately be denied. Please stop this madness now and let the developer know that they should look at a different location. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else online, anyone else in the room to make comment tonight? I don't think I see anyone. Ellie, do you see anybody?
No one online.
All right, we'll go back to the applicant. If you'd like to take some time and give a reply and any thoughts that you have?
Yeah, thank you. Phil Struble, Land Plan Engineering. So I'm going to make an attempt at what Amy was going to talk about, and Jeff and Kyle are here, and they can correct me, and hopefully maybe Amy can get on and fill those holes in. So this application from staff, with exception of two of the zoning requests, when we were before you in November, had a recommendation for denial, if you recall that. And we started working with staff to overcome what their concerns were, and their concerns were hearing most of the same concerns you heard about the floodplain, and that we had a difficult time coming to grips with the fact that the applicant, wanted a conditional zoning request, and it was determined by the city and their legal counsel that conditioning a zoning request the way we wanted to was not available. So we looked at what we needed to do to get here, to overcome, because it's all predicated, right, on getting the FEMA approval for this project. And we can't make an application for the FEMA approval until we get our plans approved and our zoning approved, because the city is part of that application process. And so it was a chicken and the egg kind of situation. So two things occurred since our November meeting, and the first of which is that we completed our computer modeling of the impact on the floodplain. FEMA requires and looks at a no-rise as being something that's less than a half a foot. Because we're dealing with 1 foot interval contours. So the lowest denominator is a whole foot. And so the level of accuracy, the whole thing, of the whole modeling process really is within a half a foot is no rise. And so that's the FEMA analysis of a no rise would be if our modeling showed something less than a half a foot. After our November meeting, the determination by the planning office and Amy in particular and Jeff came up with a determination that no rise in their analysis was 0.00 feet is no rise. So 0.00 feet equals no rise. And so we revised our plans, we revised how we developed adjacent to the floodplain, we revised how we laid out our pond that's on this property, and by middle of December, our model was showing that we were 0.00 feet impact on the floodplain as it stands. So we were able to come back and meet the requirements of the city in the computer model that is required by FEMA and our submittal. So one of the two things we were able to accomplish is we met the 0.00 feet requirements, and Kyle has that model now. He's in the process of reviewing it for us, and I'm not even going to ask him because he just got it Monday or something like that, and so I'm sure he hasn't had a lot of time to go through that. But our expert who developed this model, whose job it is, his whole profession is to create these models to submit to FEMA, shows that we meet the no rise requirement, the 0.00 feet requirement established by the city, and that will go to FEMA. Keep in mind, FEMA only expects us to show a model that shows something less than a half a foot. So we are hundreds of times more restrictive. I mean, if we want to talk about meeting the requirements of Plan 2040 that says that we are going to protect the floodplains, the city's doing that. I mean, the staff has held us to a higher standard. And when Corby commented of the level of scrutiny that we've had to go through and the level of work that we've had to do to get to this, I mean, our modeling process and our evaluation of this floodplain way beyond anything as any of the consultants that we use have ever experienced, and we're able to meet it. It took a lot of work and a lot of iterations on how we fill on our property and so forth, but our model shows that we meet the no rise. So we've accomplished that one, and so our anticipation of FEMA approving our Clomer is 100%. I mean, they're going to look at this and say they've never seen anybody held to this level of standard, so we're not even worried about that. The second issue that we had to overcome is how do we handle this chicken or the egg situation with how do we get our zoning and be able to proceed with the Clomer application all at the same time. And so what we've done is and correct me if I'm wrong, we have submitted a floodplain fill permit, and the city has conditioned, it's a conditional approval on our floodplain fill permit that we get the Clomer first. So we can't do any work on the site, any fill work. We can't move any earthwork on the whole project because we can't get a floodplain fill permit. It's not approved until we get our Clomer. So the city has imposed on us an additional requirement of our floodplain fill permit that we can't do any floodplain fill until we get our Clomer. And by agreeing to that condition on our floodplain fill permit, it allowed the city staff to then recommend approval of the zoning because they still have 100% control over us not doing anything on this project until we get the Clomer. Am I making sense? It's not I'm trying to, walk through this slowly and make sure you understand. We have a recommendation for our zoning. It's not conditioned on anything, but we have an approved floodplain fill permit that has a condition on it that we get our Clomer. And we won't get that Clomer. It'll take probably 4 months. This allows the planning staff to go ahead and sign the Clomer because they're part of the application along with us. And we'll submit that to FEMA hopefully tomorrow. And then we can't do any fill work. We can't move any earthwork on this project until we get that Clomer because the floodplain fill permit is conditioned.
I do need to ask you to wrap up. I know we're going to come back to you with questions.
Okay, yeah. So I'm just trying to explain how we got from a recommendation for denial to a recommendation for approval on this project. There's a lot of other little pieces in here I'd be happy to go over. I'd stand for questions with that. But I just kind of wanted, that would be the story that I think Amy, she would do a better job than I did of explaining it.
I hope we have a chance to hear from her tonight.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I'm sorry, I've got to close this time. There may be an opportunity later if a commissioner has a question. But, so we're going to bring this back to the commission now. We had a couple of questions that were asked prior to public comment. Amy, have you got audio working over there?
I'm going to try again.
Wow, yay!
Okay, I had a couple more contingencies just in case, but I'm glad it's working. So, good evening, commissioners.
Good evening.
If you give me an opportunity, I can try and help lead us all through the floodplain issues.
Please.
So, there is, in association with this project, there will be a local floodplain development permit. That local floodplain development permit is an administrative permit and says that they adhere to all of the code standards that are outlined in Article 12. For this project, we have outlined a process where we are going to split that into 3 parts. There is a first local floodplain permit that is under review currently that is for design, also associated with the plat by code, and also is for community official sign-off on the Clomer conditional letter of map amendment process application to FEMA. I'm going to stop there and explain a little bit about that conditional letter of map amendment process. FEMA is the one that issues the maps for the community. The only way to make a change to that floodplain map is by application to FEMA through a letter of map change process. By applying and obtaining a conditional letter of map amendment, that is really for design. That is really for FEMA to say, hey, based on your design, we think that we can amend the map here after you go to work and do that work. The conditional letter of map amendment them to proceed with the work under the guise that the map would be amended when that work is finished. After the work is completed, they will have to make application for a letter of map revision, which is the final step, and FEMA would then revise the map. As part of that CLOMER application, the community official has to sign off on the application before it can be submitted, saying that it meets the local floodplain standards and the community's code. That is what is under review right now. I think Phil's assertion that we'll be signing off on that tomorrow might take a few more days than that, but it is under review at the moment. As part of that, they have had to show that they meet our local floodplain standards. We do have some higher regulatory standards than FEMA and the state and a lot of other communities. One of those standards is to show no rise in the base flood elevation and no increase in velocity, product of the development. That is what is done through the H&H study. I am not an engineer. Kyle is here with us this evening. He is the one that reviews. And they will have to show that there will be no rise to the floodplain. Not to get too far into the weeds, but that half a foot that Phil was talking about is a FEMA standard that is less of a standard than we have in our code, and that really only applies to the floodway, not the entire floodplain. Our standard is a higher regulatory standard for 0 feet that applies to the entire regulatory floodplain. So that is what is under review right now. As part of that local floodplain permit, the first one for design, CLOMER, and plat, it will have a condition on it that they cannot proceed in obtaining a second floodplain permit that would be for fill and grading or any dirt work whatsoever. So can't keep proceeding. They would need to obtain that second floodplain permit before they do any dirt work whatsoever on the site. So that is where we stand at the moment with the floodplain. I will also quickly try to address the previous question regarding the retail market. Trying to bring up my notes here. The retail market by code needs to be compared to the latest citywide report that was done. That report was done in 2018, 19. And so yes, it is a few years old. We did not undertake one during the COVID era. Part of it was a capacity issue, and part of it was the fact that businesses would need to be open in order for us to do that survey work. So at this point, the short and long-term effects are unknown, but our retail market was relatively stable in the years that we've done this, from 2008 to 2018. So that's a pretty good 10-year period where our market has been relatively unstable or relatively stable. We don't have any indication that something has changed at this point. I think I've answered. Please let me know if you have further ones.
I'm sure we will. I'd actually like to click it, if I could, Amy, into floodplain. Almost everyone had some comment about that tonight. I want to make sure that we get a full understanding. And I've got a number of questions. The first one I think I want to ask is that when the city and the county and FEMA contemplate floodplain map changes, how do you factor in climate change? How do you consider or factor in, or is that a part of it, what might be coming?
So the city doesn't actually change the maps. That is a completely separate FEMA process, so I can't speak to what they do. Our particular regulations, like I said, are higher regulatory standards than FEMA, than the state model ordinance, and then even most of our peer communities have. So there is a little bit of protection there. It doesn't specifically address climate change, but some of the added protections and higher regulatory standards that our community has would incorporate some of that. In addition, FEMA does undertake, some remapping every now and again. Our previous maps were 2015, and we are currently in a remapping process from FEMA. I don't have a timeline to update you on that. So I don't know what efforts have been undertaken by FEMA to address that.
Okay. All right, and I guess one last question along those lines, and I'll look around the room. The design that is before you now, in the event of the inevitable flood events, how does this development change or shape how that flood water would be managed or where it would go? And I'm looking to understand the answer to the question that several have raised about how this might flood neighbors. Right? So where will the water that would otherwise sit on this 177 acres go? And how do we know that it's not going to create a problem for someone else?
So this may be where the applicant or Kyle, an engineer on staff with MSO, could speak a little bit more to it. But in general, what I can tell you is we have a code provision that says that the development cannot cause a rise on their property or an adjacent property or an increase in velocity. That's the no rise provision that we all keep talking about. So that is part of that model that they actually have to provide us, and we have to certify that they aren't going to cause a rise on their property or adjacent properties.
And it sounds like we might be a little bit more conservative at saying 0, as opposed to others might consider 0 to be a half a foot.
Yes, it's a little bit apples and oranges. That half a foot is actually only applied to the floodway from FEMA. Ours applies to the entire floodplain, so it's not just half a foot to 0. It's actually just a whole greater standard than that.
Gotcha. Kyle, is there anything you wanted to add to the question about where?
I think I can add a little bit to the last 2 or 3 questions.
Okay.
With FEMA being involved, we're more looking at the rise compared to the existing floodplain and the existing water surfaces that are modeled in that existing, the 2015 approved FEMA flood hazard maps. Where the water goes, essentially, because in this area there's a floodway, and then outside the floodway is the floodplain. So the water goes more into the floodway, and basically the floodway is defined as the area that can carry the full conveyance of the water without any conveyance going in the floodplain outside of the floodway. So the water is pushed basically more into the floodway, and that has to be managed with the models to control that water so that the water surfaces don't rise in the same flooding event and the velocities don't increase. So does that help?
Thank you. Thank you. Sure. Go ahead.
Just on that particular point, on the rise in base elevation, is that rise based on the current topography, the elevation, or after it's been filled?
So what the engineers did is look at the existing water surface elevations in the floodplain models and model that with the current elevation to match that elevation. So the current they put the current topographic map from the 2021 LIDAR into the hydraulic model, and then they match that with the flow to achieve the same water surface to within a half a foot as what the FEMA water surfaces would be. And then they change the terrain and continue to model the water surfaces until they achieve the no rise situation.
I guess the reason I'm asking is because as I understand how this works, and I'm not sure, I'm going to muddle this a bit, but that when you're considering flooding of the properties that potentially could be built on that segment, what they're looking at is no rise in base elevation based on the fact that they've already elevated the properties with fill. So there would be no flooding because there's no change. Is that base elevation, that new base elevation, now then as long as it matches what's required for that new structure, for those structures, it's okay. So see what I'm saying is that base elevation, there's no rise once they've filled it, as opposed to there's no rise at all.
I think that's right. So the base elevation is, what we're talking about is the base flood elevation,
Right.
which is
But
essentially the
calculation
100-year
of the
water
base flood
surface.
elevation changes once you fill it. And so if you filled a property and then you calculate the base elevation, it meets that criteria of no rise.
From the new
Once you-
elevation.
From the new elevation.
And what you want to know is it no rise from the old elevation?
From the old elevation.
So they compare, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I can address your question. Yes, the model that they have to provide us, it starts one section that's based on existing conditions, and then they have to show us based on the proposed conditions after fill that there will be no rise.
No rise from the original condition?
Correct.
No.
That's not the way I read it in the FEMA documents, I guess. That's why I'm confused, is because.
Hey, let me jump in for just a minute.
please.
So Gary asked, where does this water go? And you, I think, said it just goes into the waterway, the channel itself. Is that correct?
The floodway.
The floodway, not the floodplain. That is for that 177 acres. That water goes into the floodway.
Yes.
So, Gary, I thought your question was, what happens downstream? Are we just saying, hey, Eudora, or whatever's downstream, we've stopped the water from coming here into this 177 acres, and Baker wetland, we've stopped it. But now what you do with it downstream is not our problem?
The models include both upstream and downstream, and those are part of the no-rise analysis.
But that water is going downstream.
It is still going downstream, yeah.
But it will.
That higher, potentially higher level of water because it's been dumped into the floodway now. Is that?
Potentially, but the models show that it hasn't increased the water surface. It still has to go through the culverts under 59 Highway to get to this development, and it still has to go through the existing culverts downstream to get to the Baker wetlands. And traversing across that path, it can't have any rise.
You're still not settled on?
No, but go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
No, I was just going to comment on this, the downstream business. I think about other examples. If you think about something that came before the Planning Commission a while back, the Fall Creek, those folks were having a lot of flooding, and that was based on development upstream. It wasn't that particular development that was going to cause a problem of flooding on that property, but it was the past development upstream from that. And I have to say that it just strikes me as odd is that each one of those projects that would have been done upstream would have had an engineer's report that signed off on it. And so what we're dealing with here is a cumulative impact on our streams and a constant shrinking of our buffers and floodplains when we're trying to deal with more and more water. And so I'm a little skeptical about this truly being no impact downstream.
If I could tag onto that, so we know that the commercial model only went up to 2018, and Amy said there are valid reasons, or there are reasons that we haven't done the studies since then, but now we are basing the data that we're using on the 2015 FEMA model from 8 years ago. And I'm not, maybe I didn't catch it, but it sounded like we said, well, we haven't really taken, we don't know how to take into account any potential climate change into this data. We've just kind of assumed a static from 2015. Am I stating that correctly, or am I?
I think you're right. I think the difference here is that we have to adhere to FEMA standards and our floodplain regulations, because in this situation, as opposed to Fall Creek Villas, there is a FEMA floodplain and a floodway here. That is not the case in other places. So in other places, we look at the hydrology and can use the Atlas 14 NOAA hydrology to determine and that's what we have to do. We have to figure out what the flows are to do the hydraulics and hydrology. In this case, we are bound to the existing regulatory floodplain and matching that in the existing and post-development situations.
Were I suddenly able to hubba-dubba and say you can have any data that you want or you would feel the most comfortable, what would you want?
I think that's what we ask the developers to provide is the most.
No, I'm saying, what would you want?
Well, I don't understand the question.
Are you happy with the 2015 saying that's good enough? Or would you like to see, were you the king of the world, data from 2023?
Yeah, I'd like to see the floodplain maps updated. I have seen preliminary base level engineering analysis of the Wakarusa River from FEMA. We have gone over that information with the engineers, and I don't know. I think they provided more detailed study than what was provided from those base level engineering studies, because it's a lot more detailed study.
Isn't that what the Clomer is, though, the updated map? Isn't that what you're talking
Yeah,
about?
that's what will happen, is the maps will be updated.
Happening as a part of the process, and it would only be approved once that 2024 FEMA map was
So
provided.
FEMA has updated it.
FEMA is looking.
When they do the Clomer, FEMA's going to say, oh, here is the map, and this is what it means. Is that true? That FEMA will have the updated 2024 map right now. We just don't, you just can't get it.
No, they don't have the updated map yet that I know of. They might be in reviews of it, but it's not published.
So that's what I'm.
And the thing that might change is the flows that they calculate based on the hydrology upstream. But I don't know that.
But it just, I'm trying to make sure I can understand. I thought I understood that the Clomer was, in the application, was the process by which FEMA does make the updated maps.
That's correct.
Right, so once that's complete, and the updated map would be based on, though, the changes that they're talking about.
Not
No?
necessarily.
Okay.
Well, as I read it, because I did look through that technical mapping committee that was done, and as was pointed out by one of the people who spoke tonight, is that it was just that technical mapping committee wrote a letter or a recommendation to FEMA just last year on October 23. Now, when I looked through that, FEMA requested that the Technical Mapping Committee make recommendations to improve their calculations, to improve what their mapping criteria were. And it specifically says in the technical mapping document that FEMA is too lax right now. And they shouldn't be giving out these fill permits.
Okay.
I mean, I can read you some of I've got it up here in terms of what they said. They were trying to reach three overarching objectives with the recommendations. They want to reduce the number of uninsured losses and reduce future flood losses. On a yearly basis, FEMA receives and processes 3,600 requests for these, and for placement of fill. Reduces the, as it was read, reduces the carrying capacity of the floodplain, leading to increased flood risk over time. FEMA requested this technical advice from the mapping committee. And so I'm concerned that FEMA is not using the most updated. It actually requested that its own standards be updated.
Commissioners, what is the path then if we don't, we're saying we don't trust FEMA?
If I can jump in here for just a second.
Please.
I just want to separate two different things. The Clomer/Lomer process will alter the maps, whatever the current map is for the community. We currently have 2015 maps. It is very common to go 10, 15 years with current maps from FEMA. That is not unusual. They don't consider them outdated. We are also parallel to this particular project and not related. FEMA has been undertaking a remapping project in the county already. It's been underway for a couple of years. Those maps have not gone what they call preliminary yet, and so they aren't able to be used. They are still in review by FEMA. So at some point in the next year to 3 years, we will likely get new maps outside of any Clomer/Lomer letter of map amendment process. But if and when this particular development does obtain a Clomer/Lomer, it will modify whatever map is in place. The second thing is that technical committee, and I just did a little bit of research, you have to keep in mind that their recommendations to FEMA are based on what FEMA's current regulations are, which are below our community's regulations. Those regulations from FEMA don't have the no-rise standards that we do. So by us saying you can't cause any rise in the floodplain, that equates some of that and mitigates the impact of that fill, which they're saying we don't want fill because it can increase the carrying capacity. We have the no-rise standard, which doesn't allow for that.
Okay.
Did I make things more confusing?
Is our standard the standard after the fill has gone in or before the fill goes in?
Correct, after the fill. It is based on the development. So in this particular case, the development is proposing fill. It is based on that after effects.
To be super, go ahead.
So the FEMA standards and our standards aren't just a matter of degree. They are rather a matter of when we measure the rise, whether it's before or after fill.
The FEMA standard is also for measuring after fill, but they don't have a no-rise standard that means zero like we do.
Thank you.
So just to make sure that I've got this straight, I think I've asked this once before. The design that the city is saying, that the staff is saying we support, we think it meets our needs, is provided for no rise from current levels after fill is done, and that there is, meaning that as flood water would come through, it would behave just as it does today. There would not be a change to that. Is that accurate?
That is the code standard, correct. We have just received a revised H&H model, and that's the engineering part of this, that is under review. The applicant is saying that, yes, we provided it to you. We are, and the city staff, Kyle, is currently reviewing it. That is part of that local floodplain permit. So they will not be able to obtain the local floodplain permit until they achieve that.
Okay.
And yet, they are asking for zoning before they have the local floodplain permit.
Zoning is conditioned on that, yeah.
But the zoning could wait until the floodplain permit has been achieved.
Yeah, so there was a comment made, and I'll ask Phil maybe to clarify, or I don't know, maybe Mary or Kyle need to, you kind of were hoping they would pile in on that. You'd mentioned something about a recursive problem where one thing allowed another to occur.
Right. This project has investors, and it's predicated on the fact that we want to be able to go to work several days after we get our clomer. We get our clomer, we, I'll throw out dates and don't hold me to them, right? So 1st of June, we get our clomer, okay? The 7th of June, we can start moving earthwork and start putting in our public improvements. Because we have our zoning, we can go ahead and start our public improvement plans. We can start working through the MSO to get those plans approved. If we have to hold off and not get our zoning until we get our clomer, that means I'm going to make an application for zoning in June, which puts me in the August Planning Commission meeting, and I'm in the September City Commission meeting to get my zoning approved, and then I can start doing my engineering plans, which means I lose a year. I mean, that means I can't do any work on this project until a year from now if I don't get my zoning right now, which is why we're agreeing to a conditional process that says we can't do any work until our zoning. But our investors, it's going to be very difficult to make this project move ahead if I have to wait a year before we can start doing any work on it.
Gary, ask.
Thank you.
Question, was there a reason you guys waited till today to submit the model? I mean, given that the meeting was postponed for a while, why just today? Like, what's?
Very good question. Very good question. We started trying to figure out a way. So we created our model. The city's ordinance says no rise, right? We fall back on what FEMA's definition of no rise was. We create the model, we submit it in September. City reviews it and says, we think we got a problem, and that we don't think the city's intent for their no-rise portion of the ordinance is what FEMA's definition is. So then we start working with the city staff to come up with what that definition is. City staff does the work. They go back and look at all the records from 2003 and try to determine from that what the intent of the discussion was. So we're in the middle of the fall, and then we get a determination that it's not FEMA's definition, it's 0.00 feet. Well, these models we can't create overnight, and especially if we're trying to come up with a scenario for this project where we meet 0.00 feet. I mean, that was months of work just to get to that. And so that's why we were willing to pull off on our zoning in November. We got that model complete in December. We're here tonight. We've gone through a lot of effort to get to this point. I mean, I'd love to have done it earlier, but it's how these processes work, you know.
Yeah, it would have been a valuable data point to have.
Yeah,
it made your life easier, our life easier, you know.
Yeah. We have made some really great sausage out of this whole process, so.
If, however, something happens so that your CLOMA doesn't come the way you want it to, meanwhile, you've started moving dirt around, then what would happen?
We're willing to take that risk. I mean, we're so confident in the level of that we're held to. I mean, if we were doing the half a foot and, you know, then FEMA might have some comments and say, hey, this is not good enough. But I mean, we are way beyond what they're even going to comment on. You know, our confidence in that is sky high. Now, things can happen, right? I understand that, but we're willing to take that risk at this point in time.
But it really becomes a community risk as well, because once you have things in the ground,
we don't have nothing in the ground.
Well, we've seen that happen before.
No, I mean, we can't, once you approve our zoning tonight, we're going to start doing engineering plans, but we can't have any equipment out on this project moving any earthwork until we get the CLOMR. So, I mean, we've got no physical investment on this piece of ground as far as earthwork until we get that CLOMR. So we can't come back to you and say, oh, by the way, you know, we put in all these sewers, we built all these streets, and now we don't have our zone. That possibility cannot happen.
But you could do the engineering work now.
Well, we're going to do the engineering work.
Okay.
Yeah, and we're willing to take that risk. We're not going to, you know, if we don't get our CLOMR, then something totally unexpected. Our professionals, our consultants that we hired to do this, and they do dozens of them a year, have no concern about our application getting approved by that.
Please.
You guys have questions?
Go ahead.
Okay. Hey, so Kyle, I know did you just get it today? Is that, you just received the model today? Is that correct?
Or yesterday or something.
Yesterday?
Yeah, I think they sent it to me Monday, and I downloaded it.
So so what is it? Is it like software? What is the model? What do you get? What is
the
it?
HEC-RAS model.
Okay. And have you had a chance to look at it? I mean, have you? I know.
I've looked at the previous version. I have not had a chance to open and look at it.
Because, I mean, I think it would really help us if you had an opinion one way or the other on whether they're addressing, you know, even if it's like anything useful, because this is a fairly important decision we're trying to make here. So anything useful that you can give us in terms of what that looks like, what the model looks like.
It's a two-dimensional model. It's the latest technology in HEC-RAS model. So HEC-RAS is the Hydrologic Engineering Center of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and they create this software, and it's used it's a standard for hydraulic modeling around the country and around the world, really. And all the existing FEMA models are one-dimensional models, and the latest technology is the two-dimensional modeling, and that's what we've asked for and we've done. The developers have done in this case. We asked for that because this is a complex area of drainage involving multiple creeks and base flood elevations crossing over each other, and it was interesting to see. And I have seen the preliminary model that had some very minor rises in some locations that had to be kind of ironed out. And I'm sure that they were.
What was minor? Just what was minor? Like the preliminary, what was?
Like 0.1 feet or 0.02 feet or something like that.
So when they first came to you, it was about half a foot. It was FEMA's requirement.
Right.
Then they came back to you and it was 0.01, you said?
Point zero.
Point 10.
.064 was where we were.
.064.
And then the two-dimensional model, it's a continuous grid. So there's tens of thousands of points in this model with water surface elevations that could be a rise of 0.1 feet or something like that. So.
Okay. But you haven't had a chance to look at the latest one yet.
That's right.
But you have looked at the preliminary, which was in between. I mean, the
preliminary was very close.
Very close, okay. Okay.
So just to pile on, a procedural question is that if you look at this and it does not meet the standards that you require, then what happens?
I can answer that question.
Yeah, Mary?
They will not get a local floodplain permit. And in addition to that, there will be no community sign-off on that application for a conditional letter of map amendment.
So if it does
So they can't,
Go ahead. Go ahead, please, Mary. I interrupted you, sorry.
they would not be able to apply for the conditional letter of map amendment, and they would not get a local floodplain development permit issued. I also want to back up a little bit to Commissioner Eldridge's questioning. They will not be able to move any dirt on site until they get that conditional letter of map amendment or revision. They're not going to be able to do any dirt work on site whatsoever. They can go back to the drawing board, do their engineering studies, wait for the application to clear, get a CLOMR issued, but they can't do any dirt work. That is where the stop is.
So there's no exposure to the community? Oh, sorry.
Okay, let me say, I truly believe you do not want flooding in that area.
Absolutely.
Boom. To me, that is a given. See if this analogy is anything accurate, and it's based on something that Commissioner Ashworth mentioned earlier. So when you go to FEMA, does FEMA look at what's happened on the Walkie 50 miles west of here to see that, I don't even remember where the Walkie goes, but does it go to Manhattan? No. Whatever, wherever it comes from, does FEMA look to see, oh, well, that town also put up a berm. That town also put up a dike. That town also did X, Y, Z, and as she said, does it stack up, or do we just look at a static point? How far, because the one example that you used did have things that built up, not just at Fall Creek. So how far does it go? And maybe I would feel much more comfortable if you said, well, yeah, it was looked at in the entire drainage area, or...
Well, the 2015 study, which is really the only thing we got, right? I mean, we have to go with what FEMA gives us. You know, that's all there is. Looks at everything coming down from, say, Yankee Tank Lake or Lake Alfamar, right? That outflow spills in and comes down, gets into the Wakarusa River and comes to us. So you know, that, and that being a lake, I mean, you go from lake to lake, really, because they manage the discharge of those. And so Clinton Lake, Lake Alvamar, the drainage to us is really everything there is that drains to our area. Except that Kyle mentioned this is a really interesting piece. And so across the Wakarusa River, we've heard from Mr. Hurd, the property owner up there, concerned about his flooding, but that's the Pleasant Grove tributary, and the Washington Creek come in over there, and that all discharges downstream of us. What impacts us is what might outflow from Wakarusa River, which would be Clinton Lake and Lake Albemarle drainage, and then the small area that drains Walkaway Farms across the street. There's that little pond in there that drains into us. So those are what we focus on. That's those two. There's a dike already on Wakarusa River along our entire property, and it's got a set elevation. So the floodplain study looks at, okay, when it gets to a certain level, there's going to be a little water leak out of the top of that, and that will drain onto our property. So it's we're dealing with just that. A bigger answer to your question is, most rivers are not holistically looked at by FEMA. Okay, the Kansas River probably is, because we do some cross sections for the Corps of Engineers on it. Certainly the Mississippi, the Missouri, those rivers are looked at holistically, what drain into them. Smaller tributaries, there's not one single model that goes all the way to Lone Star Lake.
Okay.
They have 100 consultants look at these all the time. When we submit our Clomer, they're going to assign it to a consultant. He might be in Raleigh, North Carolina. We'll get a phone call from them. We'll talk to them. They'll ask us some questions about where we're at. We hope they've assigned a consultant to do a bigger area, but we don't know the limits of that study. We would hope they would contact us and say, okay, we're given this study, what are your assumptions? What are you working with? They'll have the model that he's got. And so it's an interactive process on how we get the Clomer through.
Commissioner?
But it's a pure engineering process.
I think another answer to your question is for the hydrology, they would study the whole watershed and account for all the water coming through the watershed and conveying through this area. And then for the hydraulics, they typically do a county at a time and start at the county border and then end at the other end of the county. And maybe they'll do multiple counties in their studies, but it's the hydraulics are usually broken out by the political subdivisions of the counties rather than the watersheds.
But for our study, we start with what FEMA says is coming into our property. I mean, that's the only place we can start. And what we do with our model is we create our first model to test it against what FEMA says we have. So we kind of validate the model against what they've got, and then we put in our new fill on that. We take the same cross sections that FEMA uses and these data points, and at those cross sections, our goal is that there is no increase in that original cross section elevation at all, and that's what we'd work with. If Kyle is looking at our model, I mean, our process will be just like before. He sees a cross section in there and says, hey, I think you need to do something about this cross section because I'm just not comfortable. We'll go in and maybe grade back a little bit more, change our contours, rerun the model, and get him a revised one so at the end of his evaluation, it's going to meet the city's requirements. And so it's not a thumbs up or thumbs down process. We're so close, he might have one area that he says, I'm just not comfortable with how you did this. We'll go in and adjust it, and then we'll get him comfortable with it, and then we'll be ready to go.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you. Quick question for Kyle and Amy. It's kind of for me, just kind of a way to sum this in my head. Do both of you feel that you have the information, the experience, the resources, the knowledge, and maybe most important, the controls to assure that if this goes forward, that you can absolutely, you have zero doubt that there's zero risk to Lawrence and Douglas County?
No, there's not zero risk. There's always risk. There could be a new flood of record or something like that. So, but the other thing that we haven't really talked about yet is freeboard. And that's where we mitigate some of that risk, is by requiring the development to be higher than the base flood elevation by a foot, I think, by FEMA's regulations, and I think 2 feet by city regulations.
And that's for protections for this development itself?
Yes.
Gotcha. All right, thank you. Yeah, please.
What would a new flood event look like? What kind of flooding would that entail?
I can't say.
I mean, are we saying something worse? Like this could handle a 100-year flood, or or it'd have to be worse than that? Like, how severe would the flooding have to be for this solution to not work, or what?
We'd have to study that. I mean, that could be answered, but like somebody pointed out, that if there's a 1,000-year flood in San Diego, that will become likely the new flood of record.
Right.
And that'll change all the gauge and hydrology equations.
This can handle the flooding events that have happened in the past, though? It's designed to handle whatever flooding we've had in the past. This can handle that, the 100-year flood and the whatever.
Based on all the information
Based on the information you have. Okay.
So let me jump in real quick.
Please, yeah.
Because based on what Commissioner DeVore said and something Commissioner Thomas said a little bit earlier, it doesn't seem like these models are taking into account future changes in much greater rainfall events, climate change. Do they or do they not take into account some of the predictions or the models, the climate models that are being used?
They can, if we choose to calculate those new rainfall amounts in the hydrology. So that's how we take that into account, is by saying the amount of water. If the amount of water is higher, what happens, and how do we account for that? So we're doing that on typical developments in town by using the Atlas 14 rainfall data, and I think FEMA will be doing that with their new maps that they're studying now, but we probably didn't have that information when these models were developed.
So you haven't used those to this extent, and by my reading of the technical report here, is that FEMA does not use climate change models currently. And the recommendation is that they should account for future changes in rainfall. That's one of the criticisms of the current process.
I think
that's right.
If this goes the way I understand it, where it's done to zero rise, if that's a real thing, if that actually is the case, the question of climate change, the question of increased rainfall over time, it would happen whether.
Speak up.
So I'm thinking out loud. The thing I want to understand is that if this is designed to have no impact on how water moves today in its normal condition, if we receive more rain, if we receive an increased frequency of larger floods, it won't be because of this project. Everything is designed to be what it is. That would be there whether this project was there or not. Is that accurate? In other words, this project wouldn't be worse. We wouldn't have a worse condition because of this project, because it's designed to move water at the same way that it always has been. It would only be if we were restricting that in some way.
Well, according to how I understand this, is that there's still, if there's more water and there's not as much floodplain to absorb it, but there's more water than what they planned on, that in the future scenario of increased rainfall, there's more water than what was planned for.
Right.
So that water has to go somewhere.
Isn't that how, don't we use that zero rise concept, not to contemplate for additional water, but to assure that we haven't lost any ground, no pun intended? Very bad use. That we haven't lost any capacity to manage flooding.
But that's based on current scenarios.
That isn't based upon, if FEMA isn't using climate change data at all,
I understand that. I understand that.
I mean, this project won't affect, let's just say it doesn't affect climate change. Climate change will be here. Does this project take into account climate change when FEMA does the Clomer? And the answer is no.
Does any project?
The Planning Commission project should, I would think, at
Well,
least.
it
At
hasn't-
least
it hasn't
hold
to
on,
date.
hold on. That part of our responsibility is to ask these questions and say, based upon we read, what is told to us, does it give adequate protection for not just tomorrow, but for 10, 20, 30 years? That ought to be what we look at. We look at that for virtually every other project we do. And to not, if the people who are the experts are saying that hasn't been taken into account, that is something that I would think I certainly have to consider.
When I apply, thank you, when I apply, and what we're talking about basically in our review criteria is number 7, which reads, the extent to which approving the rezoning will detrimentally affect nearby areas. That's, of all the criteria that we have, that's it's right in that. And I don't disagree that we have climate change impacts that are coming. I'm concerned about that. We talked about that a lot in renewable energy. We talk about a lot of things that go into that. But specific to this application, when I look at that, I say, okay, have we satisfied number 7? I think what I'm beginning to believe is that we have, because we are not detrimentally affecting nearby properties by virtue of the project itself, that the project is designed to manage to zero detrimental impact. There may be other things that come that create a detrimental impact, like a 1,000-year flood, but it won't be because of that project. That project is designed, they're getting at it, to have zero, absolutely zero impact on increased water.
Based on the current rainfall data.
Right.
Well, yes, but again, I don't know how would we go about doing that? How would we go about changing that? So it's not
Let me
about-
take a crack at that. Let me
What's
take
that?
a crack
please.
at this, because I know I've just been sitting here and I haven't said much at all. So if,
Sorry.
if today, the area that's undeveloped, let's say it handles the 93 flood, we'll call that X. So it's handling X number of gallons, however many millions of gallons of water that was over Y number of hours. And the development comes in, and based on the requirements that they know today, that they plan for, it can still handle X number of gallons over Y number of hours, so the same, let's say, just use 93, and have zero rise. If 2040 event comes along and it's 2 times X, so let's say twice as bad as 93, God, I hope that doesn't happen. Let's say it's twice the number, or twice the amount of water, over say the same amount of time. If we haven't built on it, we know it can't handle that now, because it didn't handle it in 93. It's not going to handle it there, unless there's been other things that have been done since then, which it may be Corps of Engineers done something somewhere along the path. The development comes in, and we have 2 times the amount of water over the same amount of time. If it can't handle it without the development, whether it handles it with the development there, I don't know, that's what we're approving. I'm trying to make that along the lines of what Commissioner Rexroth is saying, that if the design is to handle what we know, what we don't know, we can try and plan for, but we don't know. But if we don't do anything, could it even handle it if the development hasn't been done?
I guess I think we're
Yeah.
thinking similarly, and I guess my thinking is that criteria for the zoning
Right.
says, is it detrimental? The answer, in my my estimation is no. But I don't discount at all the impact of what might be coming. I just think that I don't know that we solve that by not developing. Kyle's got his hand up.
I think I would offer two thoughts on this. For one, I think for the Clomar, they'll have to provide a 500-year water surface too, because that'll be modeled in this detailed study area. There'll be a floodway, a 100-year water surface, the base flood elevation, and then also a Zone X outside that, the 500-year water surface with the 500-year flow. And I think the way that we can move forward with this, with complying with FEMA regulations and the Clomar, but also accounting for additional rainfall, is with that extra freeboard that is part of our floodplain requirements. So we're not saying that that's any particular amount of flow. It's just extra protection for the properties, for the developments in the area, in case we do see something higher than the base flood elevation in actuality.
Thank you, Kyle. Chelsea, I've been making you. I'm sorry.
Can I just correct something?
Sure.
If they end up getting a letter of map revision that removes the property from the floodplain, not have to comply with those elevation requirements that are in our local code.
And Chair, if I may, and Commissioner Hayden's grace on this one here, just want to remind everyone of the purview. You don't have purview over FEMA's rules and regulations and what they do or do not put into their models and their inputs there. You do have authority and look at land development code and the details around the zoning, but what FEMA puts in there and the details they do are going to be governed by the laws that are governing them. So you don't have a lot of input or ability to look at that and change that process. So I just wanted to remind everyone of that purview channel that you would be operating in.
Thank you, Jeff. Chelsea?
Yeah, I had a couple questions now. I think I had one. Now I think I have more. So the freeboarding, when that came up, it was my understanding was we still have to have this conversation about the number, what you're talking about with the flooding, and the freeboarding would be an additional protection on top of whatever resolution we came to about whether or not we think this is sufficient for the floodplain. But what I hear you saying is that the freeboarding would be additional protection for this development. So I'm just curious, I don't know what freeboarding is, I'll be honest. So is that something that would also then be additional protection for downstream? So, because I heard you saying, well, if we get all this wrong, there's this extra protection of something called freeboarding for this development that would help protect this development. I'm just curious about the effect that would have or how that would protect downstream.
Sure. So freeboarding is used a couple different ways in our current development code. The first way is when you go to actually build a structure, if it is located in the regulatory floodplain, if it's residential, its its lowest finished floor has to be elevated 2 feet above the base flood elevation. So it has to be above. And that essentially protects the structure and its contents in the event of a flood. Commercial is 1 foot under our code. They're very different standards from state and federal regulations. We have higher regulatory standards. If the property is removed from the floodplain through the letter of map revision and the Clomar, they would not have to comply with that because it's no longer in the floodplain.
Okay, so that freeboarding would be just, if it's in the floodplain, it would apply to just the development. It wouldn't have any, it would not help with curtailing anything that we would be adding to what this development would be adding to the downstream.
That is correct. It is a protection that is designed to protect the contents and the structure, and it's really for insurance purposes to lower and mitigate that. It does not alter any carrying capacity of the floodplain. That is that no rise standard. By saying, hey, you can't cause any rise, that is what that is.
Okay, thank you. And then I think my next question might be for Commissioner Ashworth. I'm just talking about, with your focus in on like the formula, that kind of how we got to this conversation. So if the current rainfall number were to be changed, right, to a higher number, would that, under this formula, would it matter whether this development was there or not, right? So if we're thinking about it for this particular development and we change that current rainfall number, are you saying that you think that it would tip it into an unacceptable rise level?
Well, it's basically what I'm thinking is that with greater precipitation, you don't have as much floodplain to absorb that water. You have filled in a portion of the floodplain, and that's what this is based on, is that we are filling in part of the floodplain, and we have less of it available to absorb future precipitation amounts, at the simplest explanation.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask a question following on to that for Kyle and Amy? So given, Kyle and Amy, given what Commissioner Ashworth just said, it to me seems like a math problem. Right? There's more water falls, we have less permeable surface to absorb or hold that water. How does this design address that math?
I would say the detention, but I mean, that is, it doesn't address what you said. That's pretty much a fact. But what this detention do, or what this project does provide is the pond, the detention pond. And that doesn't, I don't know if that answers your question or not, but that's.
The detention pond is detention.
But when they were here prior to that, I asked if that pond was a detention pond, and I was told no, it was not a detention pond.
Well.
You had specifically, I'd asked about that pond.
Could you clarify that?
I can. No, it is not a detention pond. That is absolutely correct. And what allows, and what Kyle will discover when he looks at it in greater detail is the unique nature of the floodway fringe on this project outside of the floodway. It doesn't take very much fill to use all that up. So the capacity that we're losing because of filling in the floodway fringe is practically negligible considering how large the floodway is on our property today. So if you go in and look at our cross sections, it doesn't take very much fill to just use that up. The floodway fringe on this property, and if you look, there's this big finger that goes up in there, but it's inches deep. And so when we fill a lot of that and take that out, it has and 75% of the floodway on our property is floodway. It's going to stay. It's where the pond is. It's all that area adjacent to the Walker-Ooser River. So it's really a unique opportunity because a lot of that is just so easily absorbed in all the rest of it when we run the model. It's not a process that is going to be universal. It's not applicable to other projects. I mean, every project, when we look at the floodway and filling the floodway fringe, is going to be unique to that project. And this one, we just happen to be able to find ways to keep some floodway fringe. We've got our own fingers that go back up into the project and actually slow the water down, but we keep the flood elevation the same. It's really pretty amazing.
Thank you.
Jane has a question.
Hi, Jane. Yes.
I have a question. I think it's for Sandy. And that goes, I'm looking at page 5 of 40, where you talk about freeboard, but you also say that this process that we're talking about with Clomer from FEMA gives the community the same assurances and meets the intent of the standards. I read that to say this is different than the way we have handled a similar situation for any other project. Or we've never had this situation come up before for any other project. But in any case, that this method is to provide the same level of assurance, but it's not the same process, or else it is not exactly what the code says. Am I correct on that?
I'm going to defer to Amy to respond to that.
Sure. This satisfies the code requirements. This is within code. We have handled similar situations a few different ways in the past, not just one way. All of the ways have satisfied code. I think that answers your question.
And what is your response to Ms. Harris-Friedman's comment that this does not comply with Plan 2040, particularly with Chapter 2, Goal 8, or 1.8, where there is a statement that we should be making our floodplain findings stronger?
So since that goal was developed in the comprehensive plan, and that is also a straight carryover from Horizon 2020, we have actually added a few higher regulatory standards. One of them was cumulative substantial improvement. I'm trying not to make your eyes glaze over with floodplain stuff tonight. So we have constantly looked at that. That is just saying that we should continue to look at that. Our current standards in our code for floodplain management are much higher than a lot of other communities. So we already have those higher regulatory standards, and we have continued to adopt further ones.
So you think that this method of dealing with the floodplain issues would be compliant with Plan 2040?
I do, and I think that there was some additional analysis in the comprehensive plan amendment that was associated with this project that did specifically address some of that.
Okay. The other question I have is there any other project that you have handled in this same way? I know you say you've handled similar ones, but can you tell me any projects you've handled this way?
With this exact process, no, but like I said, this process is within code. We have handled other projects similarly with slightly different process depending on where they were at in the process, where they have obtained a CLOMR and a LOMR and revised the floodplain maps.
Thank you.
Just because Jeff's words ringing in my ears about our purview here. One of the things about these documentations that go to FEMA is it has to have community sign-off. And if the modeling and the work that we're looking at does not take into account future rainfall events, and that is the information that FEMA receives from us with a community sign-off. So I just find that relevant because it's relevant back here in the community in what we give to FEMA. So irregardless of the technical report, I mean, that information does not include future rainfall events. That's going to FEMA. So that's my concern with that. And the other concern I have is if we're looking at this as an isolated project, I can envision looking at the floodplain map here in front of me, and so I'm thinking about the next isolated project and then the next isolated project. And I suppose at some point in time, somebody's floodplain modeling will not allow for fill in a floodplain, because then it will show that there is a rise. But I'm having a hard time thinking of this project in isolation when we're thinking about pressures to develop all along this corridor. I mean, we floodplains as I'm also thinking about the fact that the news this morning talked about flood watches all over up and down the middle of the country. So I have a hard time thinking about this in isolation as we develop it again and again and shrink our storm buffers and shrink our floodplains. As we move towards infill development, we are increasing impervious surfaces. That water has to go somewhere. And when I look at, I know it constrains Lawrence development, county development along this floodplain, because we have a significant floodplain. But there it is. We have a floodplain. They serve a purpose. And in my mind, they need to be protected. And I am having a hard time looking at this project in isolation. We are filling a portion of the wetland, and there's only so much of it. And if we keep looking at these projects in isolation, as we have done throughout history, that is why we are having the flooding problems we do today.
Can I ask a question on a completely separate topic?
Talk so I can hear you too.
Just saying, can I ask a question on a completely separite topic? Doesn't mean we can't come back to floodplain, but there are a number of other elements of this project that we have yet to discuss. Listen to the questions asked by the community. One of those repeated themes was a sense that no additional commercial or retail was needed. So I just wanted to ask, I think the answer, I think you might have pointed us to Amy on that retail study. Amy, I wonder if you would summarize for us what your findings were and how you came to a staff recommendation to approve, knowing that this was going to add retail and commercial space to the Lawrence market.
Yes, that analysis is located in the CC 200 staff report, which I believe is item number 4 on your agenda. The current retail inventory, so what we're looking at is a balance between supply and demand. And the current supply, according to the 2018 report, was roughly 9.8 million square feet of retail. And the way that that is measured is by looking at anything that could be retail. So pretty significant number. The proposal with this project, the highest number in this proposal would be 300,000 square feet. So when you compare that with the 9.8 million that's already in the supply chain, it's pretty insignificant and negligible in terms of the market as a whole. And in looking at those demand factors, previous 10 years that we had measured it, the health of the market remained relatively steady. So there is not really that an additional 1,000 square feet of retail would have a significant impact on the market as a whole.
Okay, thank you.
What? Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no.
Well, and I could dig through and find it again. What it did say is there are many other projects out on 6th Street, for one, that are in the works that perhaps if this is approved, the individuals there, the developers there, would not develop those projects, and that perhaps the vacancy rate, worst case, if I remember, could go up to 18.2%, someplace between, I think it was 8 and best case 8, worst case 18.2. Just having this as a project might eliminate other projects that have not been completed at this point, and not knowing if, as I recall, that if a store is already in a place, they may choose to pull out of that and go to the new Boston Crossing. Those were issues that I think staff raised, and there were questions as not knowing what would really happen. They make some projections, but not actually knowing. Is that pretty accurate, what I said?
So, yes, all of those things were in the staff report as part of the analysis. In looking at previous projects, we have not seen those issues come to fruition. So there is also a history element here. When looking at that 100% vacant, that high 18.2% envisions a scenario where every project that's been in the pipeline, which is over 1 million square feet for the last few years, would be entirely vacant upon full build out. That is extremely unlikely. So it did contain a couple different, analysis based on, well, if this one's vacant or this one's occupied, what would that do to the vacancy rate? And if only the new Boston Crossing project came online and everything and was vacant, but everything else was built out, the vacancy rate would only be 9.9%. So big difference with those different scenarios that we ran.
So follow-up question maybe to that for Phil. Do you have plans, projections for occupancy of the commercial spaces in this development?
Plans, yes. Our clients are in the commercial retail market space. I mean, that's why they're doing this. They're continually in conversations with people. For example, they've mentioned a number of hotel people that have expressed interest in filling our 2 hotel sites. It's way too early for them to engage any of those people in contract negotiations or discussions, but I can assure you that they are continually talking with people who are interested, and they will pursue that, once we have a timeline. I mean, the second question somebody that's interested in the commercial space is, how soon can I break ground? And, when you don't have that answer, then it's fruitless. But yes, we are continually in conversations with people.
The key message, I think, the key point I guess I'm trying to get at is, you don't just build this and then leave.
Yeah. And we just don't build this and then start marketing it.
Right.
I mean, that's going on right now. I mean, that's the whole process. It's pre-leases, it's people who are already interested in.
You're only complete when you're occupied.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it wouldn't all be done at once, and it would zap, it's done in, a month, a year, poop, it's all done.
And if you're talking about the commercial space, the driving criteria of that is when KDOT gets done building the ramps. And that's 2028. So, I mean, we've got to deal with them and wait for them to show up and get that part done.
Thank you. Yeah, Chelsea.
Thanks. I had a question. Somebody had mentioned Haskell's involvement or their being consulted and being a part of the project. And I was just wondering if staff had reached out to them and had talked to that community there, and if they'd had a robust opportunity to be a part of these discussions.
Staff did not reach out to them directly. They were, the wetlands was notified as part of the normal notification process. Signs have been up. So we do rely on those opportunities for people to call staff as well through those communication techniques. They are not a regular review agency that we would reach out to.
Okay, thank you.
Did the wetlands have any concerns or, feedback, questions?
I have not heard from them directly. Anecdotally, the things that I have heard have been about runoff from perhaps lawn treatments, those kinds of things, and making sure that there is good water quality management throughout the project, but they have not identified anything specific for me.
Okay.
A follow-up item I had on that was to ask the developer if, the applicant, to talk about specific impacts to Baker Wetland.
Right.
I had heard some things anecdotally early on that there might be improvements that but for the project wouldn't exist. So I was curious to learn about that. Maybe you could share about that.
We've had 3 really good work sessions with Baker on this project. And the product of those meetings are really two things that we've agreed and we've promised that we're going to work with them on. One is the stormwater runoff. They're concerned about, they already have problems with trash from Highway 59 collecting in our creek, coming across, going over and getting into their wetlands. And so we have the ability in our project to do some mitigating measures where we can collect that trash in one central location before it gets on their property and clean it up at that point. So we want to be a good neighbor. The second one that's really most interesting and it will take some negotiation and some work with the MSO is Baker's concerned about the light that we're going to produce from our street lights and everything. And so we're going to work with putting in lower light poles than normally and putting in fewer street lights in this project so we don't have any light migration that goes from our project. Because, you know, they study bats. They have a lot of nocturnal animals there that, you know, we don't want to bother them either. So we're going to do what we can to mitigate that as much as possible.
So what about water quality? Sandy mentioned that they were concerned about, you know, are you going to address like runoff from lawn treatments and things?
Yeah, so for example, from our residential areas, those drain into central drainage swells, and those swells have stair steps in them, and each one of those is designed to collect trash and collect sediments so that we can periodically go in, and this will be part of our neighborhood association to go in and clean those out. It's pretty much we're trying to do some of the cutting edge methods of collecting and doing point source pollution cleanup on this project, yeah.
Can I riff off that? So does that include, so you mentioned trash and sediments, but what about nitrogen and phosphorus?
Right, and so the way we would collect those would be in the sediments, and so in these stilling basins, as we go along, that's where that will be collected with that. You know, the water will drain into them and then filter out, and those kind of minerals will settle to the bottom, and then we'll be able to periodically clean those out on our.
Well, nitrogen and phosphorus are generally taken up by the plant material.
Yeah.
Not.
And so these waterways will have native plants in them that are designed to that. We've hired an aquatics firm to come in and help us design those specifically for that purpose. You know, we haven't got into the details of it, but they've looked at how we've designed those. You know, we have 2 north-south channels, if you recall the site, and that's what those are designed for, and they've designed those for us. I mean, they've said, put these in, here's how you're going to stair-step those. We'll rely on some experts to help us do that. It's just not going to be something that we're going to make up. It's going to be interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing what their solution is.
Looking on out there at our folks on Zoom. Don't see any hands up. Other questions? Are there any questions around the different zoning types that are there? This is a remarkable project. In the 2+ years I've been here, I haven't seen a project with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different zoning types all at the same time. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. Just why are there so many different zoning districts? Because many of the uses are available in more than one zoning.
I mean, Sandy, you want to handle that, or, okay? I mean, I can do it, but, you know, let's get the expert.
I'll take a stab at this, and then we'll go from there. In the past, you probably would have seen a project like this come forward more as a planned development. We've really moved away from planned developments and moved into trying to use conventional zoning districts because we have more robust things like commercial design guidelines. We have far more detailed landscape plan requirements. Parking chapter has been updated pretty recently. And yes, that's always been a component of the land development code, that there are uses that you find in multiple zoning districts. Trying to use the MU district has its own special challenges. And I don't know, in some ways, and I think I mentioned this initially, this might have been a very interesting test case for the SMART code. Not that I want to go down that road, but what the applicant is trying to do is to use some of those design components with conventional zoning because it's more easily understood, I think, by developers and by groups that the applicant would be marketing to, than try to look at the mixed use district. Not only do we have the land development code, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens with the adoption of a new code and what the use groups look like in that iteration, because whatever we zone this property today, those zoning districts will translate into a new zoning district with the adoption of that code, just like they went from the 66 code to land development code in 2006. So those were kind of the discussions that we had. There's certainly going to be a lot of discussion when we look at some of the CC 200. The applicant, if you look at their concept plan, they've really spec'd out kind of a mixed use kind of development, and that is possible in the CC 200. There's going to be a whole set of thresholds that have to be met in that. So it's really trying to come forward with a more understandable kind of project. It is a little bit aligned with what the applicant's schedule of development is, so the phasing, if you will, some of those kind of components. So that was kind of the discussion that we had very early on about the zoning districts.
And then we started with a very specific entertainment district in the middle of this project is what we built this around. And that's only available in the CN district. So that's how come we have this little island of not CC 200 in there, because that's not permissible in the CC 200. So we had to put in this little island where we could do that.
And do we know how many housing units we'll have in this area, regardless of what zoning district they fall into?
Other than the residential lot counts, and I don't remember that off the top of my head, over 100 residential lots. As we move into some of the other districts where you can do some multifamily, where you can do some row housing kind of development, which you see in the concept plan, I don't at this point have an estimate of how many total units could be in the project, but a significant number for sure. This is a new neighborhood, absolutely.
So do we know how much affordable housing there will be?
This project has never been introduced or billed as an affordable housing model. As we think of affordable housing through that piece of the component. Now, the applicant has created these layers of residential, so smaller and larger lots. An RS5 lot would be thought to be more affordable than an RS10 lot, kind of generically. But when we talk about affordability, I think we have to be very careful. What definition are we using for affordability? And that's something that the applicant would need to speak to. We're not looking at housing tax credits, at least that's not something that's been brought forward to staff at this point. One of the things we talked about very early on in the annexation was that by adding residential inventory, just adding the inventory, we help start to build the opportunities for other more affordable kinds of housing typologies to be brought into the community. So while we've got some residential zoning that we've looked at up in the Northwest, that's quite a ways out. And some of that, the applicant has just withdrawn the preliminary plat in some of that work. So there's some zoning sitting there, but no real desire to move forward. So that is some of the challenge of what we have when we talk about, well, you know, we're moving northwest or we're moving west. There are other complications with some of those applications.
I had thought the city commission had set a standard of how much affordable housing we needed. And I would have thought that with brand new housing in a whole new neighborhood, we would be able to specify that we're going to have 10% be affordable or 25% but it sounds like it's 0% at this point.
Correct. The state of Kansas actually has precluded cities from requiring affordable housing as part of the projects.
The state of Kansas?
Yes.
So we can't require anybody who's building new housing to make it affordable housing?
It can be required as part of if you're doing an incentive package or doing some processes like that, but as a function of zoning, no.
It can be required how?
If you're doing an incentive package or if somebody was asking for something from the city.
Yeah.
But as a function of zoning, the state's precluded us from that option.
Thank you.
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. Jeff has stated that absolutely correctly. If there's an incentive package, then we can make certain requirements of the developer, or if they're requiring infrastructure from the city, then perhaps it can be done as part of the deal, but otherwise the state has precluded the city from putting any types of requirements that would create any price limitations on property or anything like that. So we cannot do that in this situation.
So for our consideration, when we look at whether it's compatible with our comprehensive plan, that would be a consideration, not a requirement.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Chair, could I ask a question?
Sure, please.
Hey, Sandy, as far as roads in this development, I think we talked about this last time, but is the city going to pay for road construction and road maintenance, or what's the arrangement?
The city, and I think I saw Dave Cronin on the line here, so he can correct me if I'm wrong. The development responsibility for the construction of the roads is really the applicant's burden. The city does have some participation when we are talking about collector in arterial roads.
Okay.
To some level. Once the streets are constructed, maintenance responsibility then becomes the city's unless it's a private street. And at this time, there are no private streets that are proposed.
Is there any way to forecast the expense? Is it a significant burden on the city, on the tax? I mean, like, is there any way to gauge what that would look like? I mean,
there's probably some metrics out there of X number of dollars per lineal foot. I could not answer that for you.
okay. Should the taxpayer be worried? You know, I mean, you know, is it, typically when you have a project like this, I mean, do taxes go up to support new roads and things like that? Is that?
I can't answer that question.
Understood. Sorry. Thank you.
To the commissioner's point, I think it's a fair question, but again, it would be.
It's not a land use.
Correct. It's a little outside the purview. You're turning in towards the budget of the city commission.
Right.
It's been pointed out, I think, thankfully so, that it's about time for maybe take a break. Why don't we come back at 20 minutes before the hour, and we'll conclude. Okay? And we're in recess.
We're good.
See Commissioner Hayden back. Commissioner Brodo, are you back?
She's not out on the street.
Tomorrow is my Watkins Museum Day.
He's back, yep.
Lean against the wall, close your eyes.
They wouldn't know the difference.
Thank you. And we're back.
We're back.
Thank you all for your patience while we took a much-needed break. Given some thought to how we progress from here. We've had a lot of really great conversations, gone pretty deep on a couple of things. What I'd like to do, if I could, is just do a quick check with the commissioners if there are any different or new topics that we haven't talked about you want to make sure that we cover tonight on this set of items. Looking online, yes.
I would like to ask whoever is appropriate on the staff to ask about the Plan 2040 commercial goals that encourage the support of downtown Lawrence, and there are many of them in Chapter 3, 1.1, which is emphasizing downtown Lawrence as the commercial, office, civic, and cultural center of the city. That we should sustain and continue to develop downtown Lawrence as a mixed-use activity. And I think of those particularly as they relate to the retail market study that was done. In the staff report, there is some comment about how often the ones were done in the past. They were typically done every 2 or 3 years. It's now been 9 since we've done a retail market study, and we've had the pandemic in there that hasn't been picked up on at all. I think that that's particularly important as it relates to downtown Lawrence and the kinds of uses we're seeing in the downtown now that might also well fit in an entertainment district. And so, Sandy, if you want to take that or pass it.
I'll start, and then I'm sure Jeff and Amy will jump in.
Thank you.
As Amy's already addressed with the retail market, yes, there is some dated material, but based on some of the trend information, we feel relatively confident, as well as, not all of this commercial, it's not, you don't flip a switch. It doesn't all come online at once. So there is that. Downtown is very unique in terms of its design as well as its mix of uses. This project, I don't, from staff's perspective, I don't think that it's going to compete directly with downtown. There are some entertainment uses that require a bit more land that you would not find, and I'm just going to pick on Topgolf. You would not find a Topgolf as a downtown use. You could find that kind of use in this kind of development. Now, you could find it in other commercially zoned areas in the community as well. An example of a downtown-esque kind of development pattern might be the extended North Lawrence project that we saw. It's in the commercial category. It's along the levee. It's designed and projected as a mixed use, yet that project has laid dormant for any number of years. We had a preliminary plat that has long since expired. It would have a set of kind of design guidelines that go along with it. Some of the things that we see that are good planning practices are walkability is an example. Downtown has excellent walkability. We would expect new development to have excellent walkability. Does that mean that it directly competes with downtown? I don't think so. So I think yes, we are protecting downtown, but we're also providing an opportunity for a different kind of, at least from the commercial aspect, to be located, and it's kind of the way it's laid out right now has a not dissimilar format to some of our other commercial corridors that we find, 6th and Wakarusa, that we find along portions of South Iowa.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. If you would, Sandy or Jeff, or a combination of you maybe, could you help us understand how the city considers this particular area? It's been annexed now. There's preliminary plat in place, which is dependent on some other things, of course. But when we think about what the city plans to do here, what are the elements of that? It's in Tier 1 now. Can you talk a little bit about how the city thinks about this and its intention for this to be developed?
The intentions for this property to be developed go back to the original Southern Development Plan that was included in the, approved, I think, in the 1990s. It was revised, and that's where it gets its name, Revised Southern Development Plan. So there's always been an expectation of some level of development of this property. There's always been the expectation from the planning side that I am aware of with the highway access of the South Lawrence Trafficway, of Highway 59, of there needing to be appropriate ramp configurations to be able to have that access. That was a significant discussion that we went through with this property a number of years ago. The project really got stuck, if you will, on trying to move through that discussion of what was that interchange going to look like, both in its finished configuration and its interim configuration. Well, since then, KDOT has completed that design work, and we know what that intersection is going to do and what that access looks like. So the expectation, I think, from the city and how we understand it, yes, as property is annexed, it then moves into Tier 1. As far as Plan 2040 goes, the rest of it becomes kind of the property owner's development timeline in terms of when that all comes online. There are projects that have been annexed and zoned, and they sit for whatever reason. We've heard of projects that started to go forward, but because of financial changes in the market, they laid a little bit dormant, other kinds of things. So I don't know, Jeff, you want to add on to that? I'm rambling at this point.
I think Sandy covered it quite well. I mean, you talk a lot about what's in the original Southern Development Plan from, I want to say it's even probably 91, 92, somewhere in that place, to the revised Southern, to the comprehensive plan amendment that you all saw not too long ago about that. So there has been a little bit of an expectation, and it's changed as time has evolved. I'm sure what you saw in the original Southern Development Plan and what you would see today is completely different, but also a lot of those underlying things have changed of what we're kind of seeing in the world. So, yeah, I mean, kind of go back to some of the earlier questioning there is, yes, there is that implication for the city is we will have streets and sewers and things to do, but that is our job. We maintain streets and sewers and those things to do. And then the rest of it is at the discretion of the developer at that point about what is permissible under the zoning and what they think is going to go forward in that sense.
Yeah. I'm looking at a letter that we received in support of the project from a past commissioner who talks about a $74 million water treatment plant that was put down there. So I guess I'm wondering, was this and the overall sector plan a part of the decision that the city had made to invest in that kind of infrastructure to support that area?
Well, hey, I'm not a water treatment plant expert, so I'm sure MSO will come to regret me answering this really quickly here. But Kyle, feel free to throw things. But that is a huge investment that you do. You don't site those plants lightly. They have to be put in the right spot at the right place. and they've got to be sized in the right way to do what their jobs are set to do. So it is a very well-researched and very considered location of when you do put one of those in and what that does mean. It does have, you know, a lot of different parts that go into it, and that is probably one of those factors that went into that original decision. That one does predate me, so I can't say for certain, but in all my experiences is you don't put in a plant like that without the expectation that you will have development or you will have an increased capacity need at some point, because those costs are pretty considerable, and the operation of those plants is not minor by any stretch.
In his letter, he does cite that an MSO representative was a part of, and that recommendation to support growth in South and West was part of the plan. All right, thank you. Are there other topic areas, other questions that the commission wants to ask? Looking at Commissioners Hayden and Baroto, anything from you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that this will affect any analysis, but when I'm looking at the review criteria, I believe one of them, number 6, says the length of time the subject property has remained vacant as zoned. And staff report said that it was vacant, but it's my understanding that it's farmland and it's currently being farmed. So I wouldn't categorize that as being vacant. It's actually being used what it's currently zoned for. So I don't think that will affect my analysis, but I think that's an important thing to note.
I had the same question as well, that same thought as well. It's not that it's vacant necessarily, but it's not developed. But even then, it's got a purpose today. So.
Yeah, and I guess that's probably part of why I'm raising it, because we see this come through a lot. I just think it's really important to note that is the standard vacant, meaning that there's no housing development or no commercial development on it, or do we recognize the value of the current use of agriculture, especially when it's zoned that way? So I just think that's an important thing to note. It's not vacant.
That was one of the things that I had said too. No, it is not vacant. It is used. Now, if it were barren, that is vacant, but that agricultural land has been in use, I'd say 100 years at least. I mean, it has always been agricultural land there. So
yeah, I had that same.
Vacant was a
that kind of
thing I didn't like.
That struck me a little bit funny as well. I guess where I got to was that being Tier 1, now being annexed into the city, the intention of the city is that, and it's currently, those are, I think, I read in the staff report that those are considered county zoning, and now that it's in the city, it's actually an appropriate zoning category for where we are. Is that right, Sandy?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
As far as the analysis goes, staff tends to read that a little bit literally when we talk about something being vacant. Vacant is there's no structure on it. All land has a use. So we're not saying the land is unused. It is clearly a use. And that's usually covered in finding number 2, zoning and of nearby property, and there's another one in there about the surrounding land use. So use and vacant or developed is really, that's the metric that we use. We can change that going forward if that's the direction of the commission, but the staff reports that I present to you, that's how it's worded.
To Chelsea's point, I don't know if it changed anything, but it struck me as a funny way to say it. But
Well, I wouldn't say that. I don't know that it would change anything for this analysis. It would in the future maybe for a different analysis. And I do think it's important to, I mean, does that mean if there's a house on it and it's vacant, then we say that it's, does that count as vacant or not vacant, or somebody's in it? I think, especially when it's zoned agriculture, I doubt the farmer farming it feels like it's vacant in the way I think of like a vacant, abandoned piece of property. So, and that's fine if that's how staff normally does it. I'll look for that. I've seen it before, and I just think it's important to recognize the value of what the land is currently being used for. And I personally wouldn't categorize that as vacant, but I can just be mindful of that definition and how it's used in reports going forward.
Thank you. Yes.
A question, are there, this will be a new neighborhood, period, the end. Are there any other neighborhoods that we have that are so isolated, so cut off by physical barriers, 59, the bypass, and the walkie? Do we have any other neighborhoods that appear to me to be so isolated?
The one that comes to mind is North Lawrence,
That's
which is
what
across
popped
the
into
river.
my head.
And you've also got some others. There is some annexed land that is on the other side of K10 along 6th Street. And so there's also probably a few others I'm just not registering in my mind, but those are probably the ones that just come immediately to mind.
That have these 3 barriers? I mean, North Lawrence is wide open.
Yeah, but if I've misunderstood your question, because if it was
This is
isolated.
barricaded by 3 physical barriers, 59, 10, and the walkie, and the Haskell wetlands. It is locked in. Do we have any other neighborhood that is like that?
I still say North Lawrence, because you really, if you don't have the bridge going across, it is bounded by the rivers on 2 sides, and it's kind of isolated away from Lawrence. There's also neighborhoods on the southwest side of town, and its name is skipping my memory at this point, that has got some floodplain and some river, or some drainage easements that really kind of effectively do a very similar thing, not with street highways and the width of the right-of-way, but that one's probably the other one that comes to mind just off the top of my head.
It's probably a little bit bigger than the Prairie Park, but the area that is on the far eastern side, where you have the northern boundary of East 23rd Street, you have 33rd or the South Lawrence Traffic Way, and it kind of wraps around there on the far eastern side. It doesn't have a river. It does have a few significant drainage pieces that come through it. Those are features of that area. This property is unique. It has physical barriers. So do we have another property exactly like this in Lawrence? No, we don't. But we do have neighborhoods that are isolated both from natural and man-made features, whether those neighborhoods are very small or very large.
And part of the reason I ask, I think, is that at the last meeting, one of the comments that I believe was made by the developer was a lot of this would be self-contained, that people wouldn't have to go out of this neighborhood. We're going to have a recreation area, we're going to have housing, we're going to have open space, we're going to have walking trails, that it just appeared to me to sound like you won't need to leave. We have everything you need in this neighborhood. You will not have to venture out into the rest of the town. And that bothered me some, to think that it is so isolated and being developed like that, apparently.
I think the idea of walkable neighborhoods, though, is part of our comprehensive plan, and certainly fundamental to the work that's going on in Land Development Code. The idea to put things together in a place where neighborhoods can exist self-sufficient doesn't mean that you're not going to jump on Iowa Street and run up to the store, or jump on K10 and run to Topeka or Kansas City if you want to. But that idea, that walkable neighborhood, is something I think that the community's been trying to build towards.
Are you looking for a reply?
No.
Okay.
Up to you. Other thoughts, questions?
Yeah, I have a quick question.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe the commissioners can help me out in this one. So my understanding is, I'm looking at this project and out of this discussion, I'm taking two big key points. One is the benefits that this project brings to the city of Lawrence, and the second is the ramifications that of building these on a floodplain. And here's my first question, or I guess the only one I have. If we take the data of the last 10 or 15 years of the amount of rainfall that we had, is it safe to say that this development can withhold or sustain or resist that amount of rain? I'm not talking about the future rain. I'm talking about the last 10, 15, 20 years. Is it safe to say that?
Kyle, I think that might come to you, or Amy.
I think 2019 was the highest that Clinton Lake was ever at. I don't have the information to say that right now. So an analysis of that nature could be done, but I can't tell you that right now, off the top of my head.
So I know that this project still has to jump through a lot of hoops, and it still has to go through FEMA, and the city of Lawrence will be involved, Amy, Kyle. With future rains, my decision on that is, well, I will leave that to the experts to decide if it's safe or not. And to touch on my other key point is, which is the benefits that this brings, is that we'll have, about 6% of this land that will be occupied for entertainment. We'll have commercial, which will have hotel offices. In my point of view, this brings jobs to the city. This brings opportunities for other business to open. This brings a possibility of the health departments to come in and open offices, dental offices and such, which at the same time will bring taxes into the city. But most important in my consideration is the residential. We'll have multiple lots, multiple single-family homes that definitely the city of Lawrence needs it. To say that we're not in need of home, it's a misconception. We are in greatly need of homes. The average home prices are listed right now are between $350,000 and $400,000. To put that in perspective, a single person who with zero debt, so no car payments, no credit cards, no student loans, it will need about an annual income of $150,000 to $200,000 in order to afford that. So if this project brings more homes into the community, I'm not saying that these will be affordable houses. That's not the point. The point is that the lack of inventory that we have is one of the drivers, not the only one, but one of the drivers of the high prices right now for homes in Lawrence. And in my opinion, this project, if I don't take into account the floodplain, which I will leave in the hands of experts, I will support this project.
Thank you, Commissioner Brew. Anybody else want to chime in on thoughts or questions? I'll share a couple thoughts, I guess. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Well, and maybe this will help because then you can share some thoughts maybe around this. I'm still kind of trying to balance. I'm concerned about the floodplain, so I'm be interested in people's final thoughts on where they're kind of coming down on that and why that bothers me a little. And then the balancing of this community, it sounds like a really great idea, great community, bringing things that we need to the community. But then I also hear what Jane is saying about downtown Lawrence and where we develop and how we sprawl. So I'm still just trying to work through that in my head. If other people have kind of their thoughts on where they're coming down on that, I would be interested in hearing something kind of specific to that, because I'm just struggling with that balance, because I do want to see downtown Lawrence thrive. I do want to see the stuff I don't want to pull really far away, and this is so physically south of everything else that I can get concerned about the pull away. But I also think independently this would be like a great community that could add value to Lawrence.
Yeah, I'm Jeff is probably going to slap me because this is not land use, but I'm going to say it anyway. I think one of the limitations of downtown Lawrence right now is the really high rents. And so even if people want to locate in Lawrence, downtown Lawrence, they're having trouble doing that. So I think having more inventory, as Commissioner Brodo said, will help. Right? It'll put some pressure on downtown Lawrence, and maybe downtown Lawrence will have some competition, and they'll have to, kind of get their act together. So, in my opinion, this could be a good thing for downtown Lawrence.
Even with the commercial, I get the housing thing, right? I definitely putting more houses on the market, great. But when we're talking about a commercial complex that may provide the same amenities that are also provided in different portions of town, that's kind of really, versus like just more housing, I think that's fantastic. But the build out would be an entertainment district and commercial, basically supplanting some of the other areas for commercial that we currently have. Would you still think that, Commissioner?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because I mean, businesses are leaving downtown Lawrence because they can't afford the rent. So I mean, I think this will put pressure on landlords in downtown Lawrence to reduce their rents, right? So, yeah.
I'll just pile onto that with a couple thoughts. I share that observation. I've heard that before about rents. It's not a land use thing, but if we're going to be talking about the impact to downtown Lawrence, my competition's good. Competition drives different behaviors, and if that drives a different model for downtown, allows more people to do more and succeed, then I'm all for that. I think there's some things that are unique about this area, though, and one of the questions I'd asked the applicant about their plans to fill this. It is in a unique place, and if I just look at just the neighborhood, right? There's 177 acres of a mixed-use neighborhood by design, something that we would love to find a place for inside of our city. Right? If there was an open space, this came in here, we would absolutely love that. It is where it is, though, but that's not a negative. I think there's a positive, and there's some unique things there. I live on the west side of town, and the idea that I would have some option other than driving to downtown, trying to find a place to park, walk to wherever I'm going to go, having an option to that isn't necessarily something that I would turn my nose up at. But that aside, you think about what's happening with Panasonic and the importance of where this sits against those two major, you called them barriers, I'd say that they're on and off ramps into that area. What that could do to capture traffic that is tearing up and down K10 every single day. And then I add to that the idea that Panasonic, as it comes online, that's going to increase that traffic. So there's an opportunity for us to capture that that wouldn't exist on Mass Street. It just wouldn't. People aren't going to pull off of K10, pull off of 70 to go to Mass Street, other than just to maybe to shop around a game or something that's already happening. I don't think that, my sense is that this wouldn't take away from that. And that's probably one of the, I think about what's different now from the times that this area has come back before the city. That's certainly one of them. The introduction of Panasonic and the fact that this is something more than just residential, something more than just commercial, but it's both of those things. I think about the benefits that were described for Baker that but for this project would not happen. I think about the fact that this is in our Tier 1 growth plan. We're annexed. It does have some residential zoning already there. There's a chunk of RS10. Some of that's, in fact, I think all of that's being changed with a little bit of an additional in one of the requests. There's infrastructure already in place designed to support the growth in this area that we should be capitalizing on. And then lastly, and probably more specific to just the job of land use, I agree with staff's opinion that we do in fact, that this does in fact comply with all of the criteria. Commissioner Ashworth is one of the smartest people I know, and I have great respect for the concerns that you've expressed around development in a floodplain. And the only way I can square that is to trust in our city staff to assure that they have developed, that they require from a developer the necessary measures to avoid a problem. And since they've put out a design requirement that says you will have, there will be no negative impact from, as measured by rise, no negative impact as measured by rise in the amount of water and how it can handle and move. The fact that it's all conditioned upon that and conditioned upon FEMA approving that, I'm not sure what else we can do other than just saying we're never going to develop in that area. So for those reasons, I'm going to lean towards support of this.
Jane.
Hi, Jane. Yes.
I think we do have something else we can do.
Okay.
And I think what we can do is defer, because I don't think this is something that should be turned down flat. I want to tell you how much respect I have for Mr. Struble and how hard he's worked through the number of problems he has shared with us. And I think that his skills and his persistence can help us get through the remaining steps to have a really good project. I can't support it tonight, but I want to support it, and I want to support it when particularly the floodplain matter is resolved. And I understand that that makes it very hard for investors who are ready to go right now. But my goodness, these people have been working on this site for more than 10 years. And within that context, I see a couple more months as not that big a deal. I also am concerned about Plan 2040. And if we're going to say, well, you know, we said we emphasize downtown Lawrence, but we think it's not really doing well. We don't need to emphasize it anymore. We need to change the plan. We can't just decide what we're going to do because it seems better this way. We don't want to be bound by the restrictions that we have, the plans that we have. I think we have to follow the plan. I think we have to follow our code to the letter. And the code to the letter does not literally provide for the kind of floodplain management. And I think that floodplain management can get done totally according to code so that we don't have to have the same assurances as if we followed the code. I think we have to do it. I think that our emphasis on affordable housing up until tonight has really been a good thing for this city and for this county. And I want to just remind you that one of the things that Plan 2040 says about neighborhoods is that they promote social interaction and provide residents of all ages and abilities with a safe, functional, and aesthetically unique environment. That's what this project would do. They are where a sense of identity is created. Historic features and cultural traditions are respected. Downtown has those things in a way no other part of this city does. They are cultural traditions They are attractive and affordable housing choices. I think with a little work, we can see some affordable housing being talked about as part of this plan. And when we talk about affordable housing, we say that affordable housing should be interspersed throughout Lawrence. Not that it all should be located on the east side, but it needs to be everywhere. And what better place to have it in a brand-new neighborhood with all the amenities of that neighborhood? Affordable housing needs to be at all costs. We need to be mindful of people with not very much income, as well as having affordable housing for people with big incomes and big expenses. It's not just a poor people kind of thing. It's a way we equalize and respect each other and our abilities. And I think that those things need to be worked into this plan. It's a huge plan. Everybody's worked on it very, very hard. And I think you've really come a long, long way. I think the first time I knew about any proposed development in this area was 10 years ago. And it's so much better than what was talked about then. And I thank you for that. And I hope that you will take the time, finish this off in a way that is completely, and I would say uniformly within the community, supported, not as a completely isolated area, but as one that's a proud part of our whole city, our whole community. So that's where I am. And
So your suggestion is that the commission would defer this item, and we would ask the developer to go back and do what specifically? You talked about asking them to incorporate affordable housing?
And the Clomer, get the Clomer finished.
Right.
So that there's no question about floodplain going forward. I think those are very important. And I would say when we look at this review criteria, tonight I can't find that it conforms with the comprehensive plan because of downtown. I think downtown is not being treated very respectfully, and I think it should be. And I think that we should do everything we can to maintain it as an important mixed-use activity.
Not challenging, just wanting to understand, what would you want them to do in a deferral to solve for that?
Well, I think that they can talk to people who are downtown. I think that they can refrain from pulling tenants out of there if they choose to. I think that's up to the developer. If they can't do anything about it, then I think it is entirely something we consider in the mix. And I think that maybe, based on the comments I've heard tonight, it's not the developer's responsibility, it's our responsibility to change Plan 2040. If we think that this is an incorrect emphasis today, then I think we change it. So that we don't have this out here as something that doesn't meet it.
Okay. I'm not sure that we have the legal standing to require a developer to pick or choose what tenants would be going where.
I think that's a fair comment. And I do think that that's probably our planning commission's responsibility. We're supposed to review that plan every year. We ought to put it on the agenda and get it reviewed.
Yeah. I respect your interpretation of Plan 2040. I don't believe that this is a detriment to downtown. I actually think that this is a benefit to downtown in that it provides competition. But
okay, and we can disagree.
Well, sure, yes, absolutely. I'm just trying to think, though, about what we would, in a deferral, we would need to make specific requests and have a specific timeline. And I'm struggling with the legality even of some of those things that we would be requesting.
I don't think there's any issue about the legality of using when city staff says that the proposal for the way we do Clomer and do Clomer contingent, the zoning contingent on Clomer, I think that's backwards. I think we need Clomer to be done, and we need to do the zoning. I think that's clear. I think we have the authority to do that.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. And I would say that when we have Plan 2040, we may not have a statute, a state statute that requires us to have affordable housing. I think we clearly have a plan that requires us to have affordable housing interspersed and throughout this community. And I think that there's no better place to start with. We've got 50 acres of residential development that will be coming.
Yeah.
Certainly, we can figure that out.
But if there's a state statute that prevents us from requiring that in a plan, I don't know that we can solve that within the next couple months in a deferral.
We can solve it with the compatibility with our comprehensive plan, Plan 2040.
Okay.
That, if we're not interspersing affordable housing, I don't think we comply with that part of Plan 2040.
Okay. All right.
We have had other developers that have come in that have said, we will set aside lots at a lower price, and I want to say whether they said 2 out of the number, but some developers have come in and said that, as I recall.
That's typically been, yes, that's typically been a part of an annexation where our plan's requirement is that they demonstrate a community benefit, and that's one of the things that was articulated. But as Randy Larkin had pointed out and Jeff pointed out, in the case of rezoning, that's not something that's an option for us to ask. It's against the law.
I don't think we even asked those developers to do that, as I recall. And so I think what Jane is saying is this is just her thought, just as Monday night, 2 people said about the wind turbines, their personal thoughts was, no, all Douglas County wants is voting for coal-fired plants, and that was just let go at the time. Jane is saying, here's what I'd like to see.
Yeah,
all right, yes, that's...
Yeah, I'm just saying that I think that that's a standard that is set out in Plan 2040. Maybe you think that Plan 2040 should be revised so that we take out any affordable housing standards. But when it's there, I think that it is something that a developer can voluntarily decide to do. It may not meet compatibility with Plan 2040, but that's an option.
Okay. Other thoughts from the commissioners?
Do you want me to reiterate?
If you'd, it's up to you. Entirely up to you.
I'll just say that, I mean, as evidenced by my past votes, I have voted for new housing, certainly new housing developments in this city, although it does concern me what Sandy said about the ones that we have approved so far, so that does give me pause. However, and this is the type of development we certainly want to see in terms of mixed use and some of the amenities in there. Everybody I know that has a teenager wishes there was something more to do in Lawrence. But I honestly, I cannot get past with growing into a floodplain. I don't think we should be growing into the floodplain. That's not where our development should go. We are bounded by that. And I think we have to respect the floodplain. And according to the review criteria, I believe that it doesn't conform with the comprehensive plan. There are 3 instances in the comprehensive plan. Chapter 2, 1.8, strengthen floodplain regulations to mitigate flood hazards and decrease vulnerability of life and property. So it doesn't conform to that. Chapter 7, community resources, 3.5, utilize floodplains for low-impact park, recreation, open spaces uses, play fields, trails, passive recreation. It doesn't include putting housing developments and commercial in it. There's another section, 5.2, says incorporate natural elements such as floodplains, watercourses, wetlands, steep slopes into development proposals. So in this case, yes, the development has done some of that, but of course it's also filling in part of the floodplain, which is not incorporating it. So I don't believe it conforms with Plan 2040. As for criteria number 4, the current Southern Development Plan basically shows that most of the area north of Wakarusa as suitable for open space and follows the boundary of the existing floodplain. So I don't think it conforms to the area plan. I do think that there is a gain to the public health, safety, and welfare by denying this application. That's criteria 8. And I can't really speak to the retail market except to say that we don't have any post-pandemic market analysis on that, so I can't really comment on that. So that's my shot.
Thank you.
Now, we're going to be taking these individually, as I understand, individually. So there are a couple pieces in there that don't involve floodplain.
Okay.
So.
Do you have any concern about
so-
supporting those?
No.
Okay, thank you. It's interesting, as I've listened, I've pulled up staff's report where they find that it is compatible with 2040, and some of the very chapters 2 and 3 and 4 are cited as reasons why it in their interpretation, it does comply with. It's interesting that our plan works that way. I think it shows that it's almost individual in the perception as opposed to an absolute. But do you gentlemen want to weigh in on anything before we try to start the motion?
I think I've weighed in on issues that I have, and so to reiterate them, I don't think is necessary,
Okay.
I think.
Just want to give you an opportunity.
Okay.
Nick, anything from you before we? Chelsea, is there anything you want to weigh in on before we try to find some motions?
I think Commissioner Ashworth did a nice job of kind of walking through the criteria kind of in the way I was thinking about it. And I struggle with the conformance with the plan, both with what Commissioner Eldridge said and Commissioner Ashworth said. So I struggle with that. I would love to see a development like this, but those are the concerns. I don't know what to do about the vote, though, that doesn't deal with the floodplain versus the sections that do. I'm not sure how we're going to walk through that or if that matters to the developer. I hate to piecemeal the zoning if it's all built on approval of all pieces. So that's just a procedural question, I guess, for you, Chair.
Yeah. Well, we have 8 separate votes in front of us. There are different conditions in those, as Commissioner Ashworth pointed out. My sense is that we'll take that from the top in order. I've tried to gain a consensus of where we will, of whether these should be, if it's more efficacious to do motions in favor or motions to reject. I think I'm going to ask if anybody's willing to do motions in favor, since I think there are some elements here that likely would be supported by a majority.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
I would like to, well, maybe I'll just make the motion. I'd like to make a motion to see if there's enough support to defer this.
Okay. I should have come back to you and asked if you wanted to do that.
I would like to make a motion that we defer this until the Clomer comes in and then come back to it. And I've made some comments about what I think are appropriate in terms of deferring it all, but it may be that that's not, there may be a different option to go.
Can we get
So I'm
Jeff's
going to,
opinion on that?
yeah, I want to turn to Jeff, and Jeff, understand from you in a deferral what's required from us.
So the bylaws require that if, when determined, sorry, I had my spot, lost my spot. Give me 1 second here. The commission may table or defer any item, including after the public hearing has been closed, when it is determined by the commission that such action would be advantageous to the commission for responding to issues raised and for gathering adequate information to make a well-informed recommendation.
So I thought I read in there that there was a requirement that we name a date and specific things that were behind the deferral.
We would need a date. It couldn't be a deferral indefinite. We wouldn't want to know when to bring it back, just because that's a procedure thing that we would like calendar out and have on there. And it would be kind of that guidance to us is what would need to come back, if anything, and it relates to that.
Well, except when we deferred the wind regs, we didn't defer it to a date. We later learned the date would be January.
That item was continued.
Yeah, we didn't defer it, we continued. Yeah.
All right, well, then I would make my motion to continue.
I'm not sure we can do that in a quasi-judicial.
You would say probably, yeah, you're more inclined, your continuing is a little different with the text amendment than this one. It would be really the deferral under the bylaws or approve with conditions or denial as recommended in the land development code. You also have the ability to, let me get my language correct here real quick, is authorized to propose an amendment to the city commission with no recommendation. It typically happens in the case of a tie vote. And I see Randy's on, so I probably have cleaned that just a bit there.
Randy, do you have anything?
This is Randy Larkin, Deputy City Attorney. No, Jeff stated it correctly. And typically in this situation, if a deferral in this situation arises, it might be a good idea to ask the applicant whether they're in favor or against it. We've done that in the past.
Okay. Phil, do you have an opinion on the request for a deferral?
I do have an opinion, and we are not interested in a deferral at all.
Okay.
What, could I go ahead and ask, what would this mean? I mean, how, the things that you've heard all of us say, is there any, I'm not even sure, how would you work into a different plan were you to do that? Any of the things that you have heard, is that even a possibility?
I have not heard anything of substance about our plan, about our mixed uses, about our commercial districts, about our housing districts that would give me any indication of anything I would design differently.
Okay.
I don't see anything in our commercial uses that compete with downtown. I mean, you know, I've been doing this for a little while, and, you know, the kind of uses that we're projecting out on South Highway 59, our uses are going to go West 6th Street, South 59, they're going to go somewhere else, but they're not uses, they're standalone business buildings. I mean, they don't fit downtown kind of uses. Our entertainment districts, you know, Sandy gave a great example of the kind of uses. I mean, you know, Pinstripes. Is Pinstripes going to go downtown Lawrence? No. 173 residential lots. You know, the other residential projects, when you approve this 173 residential lots, you have now gotten to 223 residential, and then plus 14, so 237 residential lots we have now available for development in Lawrence, Kansas, period. All the other projects that are on the discussion blocks are on hold, are dead, or something else, but that's all we got. I mean, so, you know, there's been thrown out, there's 600, you know, potential, you know, no, there's not. Not right now. They've got a lot of hurdles and a lot of work in front of them before they're going to become a real project. So I don't see anything, and we're bringing in 3 different mixed uses. I mean, what other projects have you looked at recently where you have looked at more than one market segment in one project? So I don't know how I would design the residential any differently. We've had a lot of conversations about affordable housing. You know, is that big A affordable housing or little a affordable housing? I mean, what are we talking about? And I think we're talking about little a affordable housing. You know, a market, you know, I'm looking for housing that the people that work for me can move into, you know, that are not subsidized by somebody else. So I have not heard anything tonight that would lead me to want to design this any differently than what we've got.
Thank you for that. Given feedback from Jeff, Randy, and from the applicant, we have a motion. Is there a second for deferral? Seeing none. All right. Thank you for that, though, Jane. I think that helped us the conversation. I'm not trying to steer us in any particular direction. I've tried to gain some idea of consensus of where things might go, and given what the feedback I've heard, I would I'll just ask, is there anyone willing to start us off making a motion on what's called item 4 on my list? It's the first item. You go, all right?
Yeah, so I move a motion to approve rezoning request Z23-00169 from RS10 Single Dwelling Residential District and Ag1 Agricultural District to CC200 North Community Commercial District, generally located along the east side of US Highway 59, and forward to the City Commission with a recommendation for approval.
Is there a second?
I will second that.
Right. Mr. Kelso? Any discussion? I have a question as a part of this. Does this item involve floodplain?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
I have a question. Is this item the one on the chart, the colored chart that said like agenda item project zoning? This would be item 5, right? So if I'm looking at item 5, this is the big green chunk on the colored, the wonderfully done map that you did for us, correct?
No, we're on item 4.
Item 4.
Item 4.
Okay.
It's CZ 169.
So it's the purple one. Purplish, mauve.
Yes.
Okay.
That's purple.
Mauve.
It's not,
Sorry.
It's brown.
Brown to me.
Yeah. 169, that's CC 200. That is right up by K10. It's on the far north end of the project. I don't believe that's in the floodplain, is it?
Yes. The southern leg of that district is encumbered by floodplain.
I don't see I must be
That
looking
little
at the
part
wrong
that
thing.
juts down right there.
All right.
If you look under key points for each of these items, it will say whether it involves fill or not. So if you look under key points, it'll say whether or not it involves fill.
Would you be our cop on that? So that does involve Phil?
Yes.
All right. Very good. Any other discussion on this item? Have a motion to approve? Vote by saying aye, approve, saying aye, yes.
Aye.
I don't know what I'm saying. So
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4. Did I get that right? Opposed, same sign. 1, 2, 3, 4, tied vote. All right, thank you. On item 5, approve, let's see, need a motion on item 5. You want to just keep rolling?
Yeah. So I make a motion to approve a request to rezone Z23-00180 from Ag1 District to OS, Open Space Floodplain Overlay District, generally located north of the Wakarusa River between US Highway 50 and East 1350 Road extended, based on the findings outlined in the staff report, and forward to the City Commission with a recommendation for approval.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, second. Thank you, Commissioner Kelso. Discussion. Does this require fill?
No, it does not.
All right, so this is not encumbered with floodplain. Any other?
Okay, I have a question then.
Yes.
So I'm afraid I'm not looking at the right map because item 5, is that the big green one?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
And that does not involve
It doesn't
any
involve
fill or floodplain?
because there's no development on it, right?
Right, it's open space.
It's the open space item.
But that isn't.
Okay, so there literally just won't be any, I got it. Okay, it is the floodplain, but it's not being built on.
Right.
Right.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on this item? All in favor of approving, aye?
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 opposed? Charlie, so it's, that's 6-1, no, 7-1.
7 of us. Oh, yeah, 7-1.
All right. Item 6, are you going to continue?
I'll continue
Prashant?
until I mess up. So I make a motion to approve a request to rezone Z-23-00184 from RS10 TC and Ag 1 to Urban Reserve District, the area including the Kansas Highway 10 right-of-way, based on the findings outlined in the staff report, and forward to the City Commission with a recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Second?
Yes.
Mr. Kelso, discussion?
Would it be possible to have the map with the different districts?
I'll bet it would. Is there some technology we could deploy that would display that map? While she's doing that, is there, Phil?
No, this is not in the floodplain, and there's no fill.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, I'm sure the highway is going to fill something, but
Yeah.
it's not in the floodplain.
All right.
Okay, thank you. It's not part of the budget.
And Sandy, could you, I see what the TC corridor overlay is, but could you explain that to me?
That is an overlay district that was adopted with the Land Development Code. It stands for Transportation Corridor. This particular one is for the South Lawrence Traffic Way. There is also a couple others that have been identified, but the South Lawrence Traffic Way is the only one that has been mapped. So if you ever were to look at the zoning layers, you would see it's, I think, about 500 feet wide. So this one just captures that particular piece.
So this isn't the KDOT one?
Yeah, yes.
Yes, meaning it is?
Yes, the South Lawrence Traffic Way is the boundary, or that is the land area that is that part of the overlay district.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So item number 5 is this green area here, which, I'm sorry, item number 6 is the urban reserve. This blue color, and it's just the right-of-way.
Can you see that okay, Commissioner Hayden? Does that answer the question? All right, very good. Any other discussion on this item? Those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Thank you, 7-1. All right, on to item 7.
So I make a motion that we approve rezoning request Z23-00297 from Ag 1 District to CC 200 District, generally located along the east side of US Highway 59, and forward to the City Commission with a recommendation for approval.
Is there a second?
No, second.
All right. Motion and a second made. Discussion on this item. I think it's the pink blocks on the map that are down in the far left-hand corner of the map. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And I'm sure that that's project has Phil?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Any other discussion? Those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. 1, 2, 3, 4. Opposed, same sign. 3, 4, 4, 4. All right, thank you. All right, item 8.
Approve, I'm going to go.
Yep, please.
Approve rezoning request Z-23-00298 from RS10 and Ag 1 to CN2 District, generally located along the east side of US Highway 59, and forward to the City Commission with a recommendation for approval.
Q, you want to second that, Mike?
Yes, I will.
All right, second. Discussion. Does this item contain fill?
Yes.
All right. Any other discussion? Those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Same vote. And those opposed? Thank you. 4-4. 3 items left. Item 9 on our list.
Item 9. Make a motion to approve rezoning request Z-23-00299 from Ag 1 District to RS 5 District, generally located along East 1350 Road, and forward to the City Commission with a recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Thank you. Discussion? Does this item contain fill?
I'm,
This is Z23-00299.
thank you. Yes.
Yes, okay. Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. All right, 4-4.
So where are we now?
Item 10.
Item 10, I make a motion that we approve
00300.
Approved rezoning request Z-23-00300 from Ag 1 District and RS 10 District to RS 7 District, generally located west of East 1350 Road, and forward to the City Commission with a recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Second.
Second.
Discussion? I think the last 2 items do contain fill, but I just don't want to assume it.
Right, and I don't want to assume it either, so I'm having trouble loading, so just to make sure, yes, it does.
I have that trouble often. Any other discussion? Those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, same 4. And those opposed, same sign. Thank you. Item last.
Item last. Approve rezoning request Z-23-00301 from Ag 1 District to RS 10 District, generally located north of the Wakarusa River, and forward to the City Commission with a recommendation for approval.
Second.
Second.
Discussion.
Got my place there.
Phil?
Yes, let me confirm, just to make sure it's in there. It's in there. Yes.
Phil, all right. Any other discussion? Those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. And it is 4-4 again. That wraps us up on this item tonight. I want to thank everyone from the public who's been here and spent the night with us. I want to thank you, Phil, and your team for the work that you've done and for helping make this a very rich conversation. I want to thank everyone on the commission for once again having a very thoughtful, I say exhaustive, and I don't mean that in a negative way, but I always appreciate that we aren't afraid to go wherever we need to go so that everyone feels informed. With that, I'll ask if there is any other business for tonight.
None this evening.
I entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved, second.
Second.
Charlie seconds. Any discussion? Those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous, and we're out. Thank you all. Chelsea, Hayden, Pedro, thank you. Bye-bye.